never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Jerry Barmash. President Biden is still intent on serving another 4 years in the White House, if given the chance, although he hasn't made it official yet.
Biden told ABC News before he launches a new presidential campaign.
My intention hasn't been from the beginning to run, but there's too many other things I have to finish in the near term before I start a campaign.
Biden has not announced any official plans, but has previously said he intends to run for a second term. First Lady Jill Biden indicated last week he's ready to formally launch a re-election bid very soon. I'm Dave Collins.
The chair of the Republican National Committee says they need to have unity for the sake of the country. Speaking on CNN's State of the Union, Ronna McDaniel said she's focusing on defeating President Biden next year.
I think it's kind of a no-brainer, right? If you're going to be on the Republican National Committee debate stage, asking voters to support you, you should say, I'm going to support the voters and who they choose as the nominee.
McDaniel said before GOP candidates can take part in the first primary, they will most likely have to sign a pledge to support whomever gets the nomination. The latest now from East Palestine, Ohio, where officials held a briefing on Sunday. Ohio EPA Director Ann Vogel said all of the rail cars from the February 3rd train derailment have been removed from the site, allowing investigators to move forward.
We can now excavate additional contaminated soil and begin installing monitoring wells.
The EPA says the air quality is normal in the community. At least 59 people are dead after a wooden boat carrying migrants broke apart on rocks off Italy's coast. Reports say dozens were rescued and up to 150 people were aboard the vessel. The Department of Energy has concluded that the COVID-19 pandemic likely came from a laboratory leak in China. However, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan told CNN on Sunday that there is no definitive answer on the origins of COVID. This is USA News.
Remember customer service? Yeah, it's almost a lost art. Almost, because actually Medi-Share is nailing it when it comes to caring for their members. No wonder Medi-Share gets double the satisfaction rating compared to health insurance. Imagine, you get to talk to actual people, and they're for you.
Well, we're all here for the same thing. We want what's best for the members.
How am I going to help this member today that has come across my desk? How am I going to make sure that what they need is what they get? and as fast as possible.
So yeah, you'll love the savings with Medi-Share. There's no doubt about that. But the way you're treated is just plain refreshing.
To be able to pray with them before actually disconnecting that call, you just get goosebumps. And you know it's God, just leading you to that person.
So you can save a lot, but as always, it's people who make the difference. Call now. They are great to talk to. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
The once-in-a-lifetime storms that hit Southern California this weekend are taking a bite out of the state's production of almonds.
About 80% of the world's supply of almonds are grown right here in the Central Valley.
Farmers in California's Central Valley know that rain and hail can be extremely detrimental to their crops. One farmer tells CBS 8 in San Diego the weekend's winter cold snap came at one of the worst possible times.
We don't usually get the very cold weather here. It's very unprecedented for us.
Cold temperatures mean fewer bees pollinating almond flowers, which is a critical part of production. The blooming season usually lasts just 2 weeks. I'm Jeremy Scott.
Sports news. The Padres are dealing out another big contract to their star third baseman. ESPN reports San Diego is finalizing an 11-year extension worth $350 million with Manny Machado. The new contract will keep Machado with the Padres through 2033. Kyle Busch is celebrating a NASCAR Cup Series win at the Pala Casino 400 in Fontana, California. The number 8 car started in the 21st spot as Busch leapfrogged the competition to take home his first win as a member of Richard Childress Racing. At the Screen Actors Guild Awards tonight, Jamie Lee Curtis and Ki-Wi Kwan winning supporting acting honors for Everything Everywhere All at Once, a film that is one of the favorites at the Oscars in 2 weeks. Sally Field was given a SAG Lifetime Achievement Award. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty, what do you say? Hey there. How we doing? Everybody's favorite day of the week. There you go. Just like that, we close out another weekend as we cross over that midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. Yeah, winding down the month of February 27th, so we've only got one day to go. March. It's like March is going to come roaring in like a lion this week. But again, trust you had a good weekend. Welcome aboard. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. All right, what's going on out there? We'll get to some of our listening friends jumping in as we kick off the new week. How about Kyle Busch? Heard that in the news break there. Kyle Busch didn't take long to find his way into winner's circle with the new team there, Richard Childress Racing. So I guess technically, is it the second or third race of the season? They had that, the official kickoff of the season was Daytona 500 last weekend. And Wheelchair Dave shared a story with me. I guess Ricky Stenhouse actually went to Waffle House to celebrate his Daytona 500 win. Actually took his trophy into the Waffle House with him, he and his wife, after the big celebration, after winning Daytona last weekend. I don't know, I think Kyle Busch will be heading out to the Waffle House there tonight in California. Meanwhile, a very active night as we get the new week started here. Travelers weather. There are some issues out there, as in some strong storms. Tornado watch is still in place. At the moment, no active tornado warnings, but we've seen a lot of them through the evening hours. It looks like the tornado watch, unless things are extended a bit further east, we've got about another hour left with the tornado watch. There, eastern portions of Oklahoma, we have some strong storms rolling through southeastern Kansas, right through eastern portions of Oklahoma. It's going to be a busy, busy week, though. Starting with our Sunday, multiple tornadoes confirmed this past day as this line of storms was rushing through Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas. The really strong storms began taking shape about 4 o'clock this past afternoon. High wind gusts in excess of 70 miles per hour. As that line continued to move eastward, higher wind gust reported by evening. 81-mile-an-hour thunderstorm winds reported near Sublette, Kansas. Looks like the highest gust report coming in from Sunday was Memphis, Texas, 114-mile-per-hour gust, a little after 6:30 Central Time. That is incredible. Wind-driven hail knocking out windows in that town. In McLean, Texas, a garage door blown in on one of the businesses there in that city. Either way, National Weather Service confirmed multiple tornadoes throughout the day. Sunday, first was observed in northwestern Kansas. Garden City, Kansas, to the south of Dodge City. Damage reported there. Yes, they also pointed out that one person with minor injuries as a result of the storm. As day turned to night, a sudden influx of tornado warnings, multiple citing confirmed tornadoes by the National Weather Service in Oklahoma. One of those confirmed tornadoes was east of Vinson, Oklahoma. Other tornadoes confirmed near Hobart and Angora, Oklahoma, to the west, Sweetwater, Oklahoma. It had a home and a barn significantly damaged there, no longer standing after that tornadic cell rolled through that area. Buildings were destroyed, trees toppled, power lines down. Severe storms are going to continue to push northeastward into parts of southern and eastern Kansas, northwest Arkansas, and Missouri as we head on through the overnight hours and into the early hours of Monday. So travelers in that region, you're going to be slowing things down. Keep an eye, make sure you have a way to get your weather alerts through the overnight hours. Of course, as we progress through the day, flight delays are going to be ramping up. Well, what a crazy weekend it was for California. That's severe weather. It's from the same storm that prompted blizzard warnings, which, as a matter of fact, there are still blizzard warnings in place across eastern portions of California, the higher elevations of the Sierra Nevada. Forecasters tell us this severe weather threat that's brewing across the center of the country. The storm of interest, this is the one that began its cross-country journey on the West Coast, where it plunged southward across the area, bringing those blizzard conditions to the mountains of Southern California late last week. Widespread power outages, drenching rain. Saturday, portions of L.A. and San Diego were still bearing the brunt of those storms. Rampaging with rounds of torrential rain, tens of thousands without power. Through the day Sunday, the system crossing the Four Corners region, eventually emerging from the rugged terrain of the southern Rockies into the southern plains, and that's where we find our storm this morning. As the storm gradually pushed across New Mexico yesterday, strong winds began to pick up on the backside. Dust storm warnings in portions of New Mexico. National Weather Service, of course, as we just covered, confirming numerous tornadoes. The 114-mile-per-hour thunderstorm in Memphis, Texas. But either way, these severe storms continuing during the darkness of night through the upcoming day. Going to continue pushing on through eastern Kansas into, again, northwest Arkansas and Missouri during the overnight hours. Now, forecasters warned the winds associated with this line of storms through Sunday night can be downright destructive across locations in that higher risk zone. The capital of Oklahoma City could see 65, 75 miles per hour winds. They should have passed through Oklahoma City by now. But the weather continues into the early morning hours. Even if they become a bit more isolated in nature, these storms are going to be rolling through St. Louis just before the sun comes up for your Monday morning. Some storms are going to be packing a punch as they roll through. The parent storm will continue to push northeastward through the day, Monday into Monday evening, bringing some risk of severe thunderstorms from Missouri to Illinois, that border, to central portions of Ohio, eastern Kentucky. 60, 70-mile-per-hour winds at times, and some of the stronger thunderstorms could see gusts approaching 80 miles per hour. In addition, the storm will also spread rounds of steady rain from central Kansas, southeast Nebraska into Iowa, southern Wisconsin, overnight tonight and into Monday. I mean, we're talking a couple inches of rain, some localized areas, maybe 3 inches of rainfall. Once this potent storm reaches the Great Lakes, the northern flank of this storm is going to meet up with some cold air, Arctic air from Canada. Areas from northern Wisconsin to northern Michigan on over toward New England may be facing the risk of some snow or ice from Monday night to Tuesday night. So we start the week off with a very active weather pattern. High wind warnings through eastern portions of New Mexico, through the Texas, Oklahoma Panhandle regions, all the way into southwestern Texas. We have wind advisory stretching from there all the way to eastern Georgia, all of Tennessee. Wind advisories for the coming day all the way up into West Virginia at this hour. So it's going to be kind of a rough and tumble day for the high-profile vehicles out there. The lighter loads or empty trailers could see, again, some blowover risks for some of our freight movers out there. There's a look at our travelers' weather as we kick off a new week. Debbie is on board there in southern Montana, where she said the winds are still howling. Roads have cleared up. Winds still 45 to 60 miles per hour tonight. Watch out for those mountain passes. They tell us that's where the worst conditions are. We will get to some of our other listening friends. Check it in here. Jump on in. Lots to update you on as we get the new week started. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, we'll update you at the very latest, the ongoing saga, I guess you could call it, East Palestine, Ohio, weeks after the train derailment. Yeah, Wheelchair Dave checking in via email. He said, how about NASCAR actually selling out 2 weeks in a row? The Daytona 500 was sold out, and apparently yesterday's race in Fontana, California was also sold out. Now, some of that may be attributed to the fact that that was the last race at that 2-mile track. The track's going to be closing. Half of it's sold for development. Supposedly a smaller short track will be coming in place of that 2-mile oval there. So I'm thinking a lot of folks saying last opportunity to get out and watch racing there in Fontana. Yeah, and apparently Ricky Stenhouse loves pecan waffles from the Waffle House. There you go. Thank you so much, Wheelchair Dave. Hope you had a good weekend. Good to have you on board, as well as Marianne. Morning, Steve, and the overnight family. Everybody be safe out there. Good afternoon, says Larry. Hammer down. Be safe. 39 degrees at the New Jersey-New York state line at this hour. Hey, Mike, what day is it? Wait a minute. I know, it's the greatest day of the week. Thank you, Horse Feathers. Evan says, hello, Steve. Show Dog, actually, is his handle. Show Dog, waving a hand from Piqua, Ohio. Roy's in northwest Illinois, where they're at 43 degrees tonight, with wind and some rain, expecting some of those thunderstorms overnight tonight. Hello to Dipsy Driver. Morning, Steve, and the most informed audience out there. It's cool, calm, and clear here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan at this hour. Just like Steve Summers, right? There you go. Thank you so much. You have another great show, as always. Sylvester on board there in the land down under. Best show on the radio begins with the new week. It's a beautiful 75 degrees in Terrigal, New South Wales, Australia. And not long to the Mid-America Trucking Show. We can't wait. All right, yeah, the countdown clock, March 1st, almost here. Man, oh man, Wednesday we'll be kicking off a new month. Of course, Mid-America Truck Show month. Speaking of which, I did pull up the little blurb from the updates getting from the Mid-America Truck Show. If you're interested in attending the NTPA Truck and Tractor Pull event, they're on the final day of the Mid-America Truck Show. Tickets will be going on sale this morning, Monday morning, at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Now, this would be, it's the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals, taking place 5 o'clock Saturday, just after the Mid-America Truck Show closes at 4 o'clock, if memory serves. Yes, Saturday's the shorter day. Doors open at 9 a.m., and things wrap up at 4 in the afternoon. And you head right into the arena for the truck and tractor pulls that start at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. If you haven't registered for the Mid-America Trucking Show, it's time to do that. One other footnote as far as that is concerned, the early free registration ends tomorrow, or shall we say Tuesday, final day of February, after which you could still register online, but $20, I believe, is the cost this year. Yeah, cost went up a bit. If you wait till you get there to the actual doors, it'll be $20 for the 3-day event. That'll get you your badge for the 3 days. But the free online registration, take advantage of that. Yeah, Monday or Tuesday. Yeah, once you've signed up for the Mid-America Truck Show, you can then purchase your tickets for the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals Championship Pool, 5 o'clock, April 1. Yeah, April Fool's Day. We'll all be gathered in Louisville. That is the plan. All right, 25 past the hour, and oh, yeah, he likes to say, what's the best day of the week?
Happy greatest day of the week.
What's going on, Captain Ron? Had a good weekend. I went out to of course, had the Nerf Wars. Of course, I guess the Nerf name is copyrighted, so it's what they call it, Foam Wars. Foam Warriors.
You didn't hurt yourself, did you?
No, I played the part of supervisor. I just watched.
Oh, okay. Well, that's no fun. So, we got that rocket launch this morning, don't forget.
Yes, about 1:45, I think, something like that. I do have that before me. 1:45 a.m., so here just a little over an hour from now.
Yeah, so we don't want to forget that. I'm in Gainesville headed north. It's 65 here, but kind of off and on patchy fog. I don't think I'd be able to see it from here. But anyway, I didn't do much this weekend. The wife had to work, so I just sat around the house and was bored. And that's what makes the weekends nice. When you don't do anything, it seems to make them last a little longer.
Right.
Don't you think?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
That's the way I see it. But other than that, I just wanted to remind you about the rocket launch this morning. I don't have anything else. Oh, our weather's been kind of bad for us too. It's been in the mid-80s, but our weather guys are saying it's too early for that. This is supposed to be when we're, have our 65s and 70s. So our weather's been kind of goofy too.
Hang on a minute here. What the hell's going on with this thing? I'm trying to pull up the SpaceX website. It sounds like World War III on there. Yeah. I'll have to pull that up during the break. I mean, yeah, we might can carry the coverage live when they launch a little over an hour from now.
I haven't heard anything. As far as I know, they're still on schedule. But all right, well, that's all I got. So thanks for taking my call. We'll talk at you later.
All right, have a safe night, safe travels, and thank you. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, the space. This is a manned mission, right? There's astronauts. They headed to the International Space Station aboard the SpaceX Falcon 9. So 2 NASA astronauts, 1 Russian cosmonaut. All right, the SpaceX Crew 6 mission. Yeah, set to lift off from the Kennedy Space Center at 1:45 a.m. Weather conditions, they tell us, are expected to be near perfect this morning. But this is the Crew Dragon capsule, which is called Endeavour, scheduled to dock with the International Space Station little after 2:30 in the morning there on Tuesday, if all goes according to plan. So, yeah, the countdown clock is ticking. See if we can get all the latest. That and so much more coming up. It's 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. An official with the Environmental Protection Agency is telling people in East Palestine, Ohio, that the air quality is normal. During a news briefing on Sunday, EPA's regional administrator said the agency has conducted 578 home reentry screenings in the community. Ukraine's commander of Joint Forces Operation has been let go, CNN reported. No explanation was given, but it's the latest leadership moves by President Vladimir Zelensky. Senator Dan Sullivan says it still remains in America's best interests to continue to support Ukraine in its war against Russia. The Alaska Republican said the Biden administration should be able to balance supporting Ukraine while focusing on our own problems. More than 80 million Americans are under alert for wind or winter weather as a massive storm heads east. The Midwest is likely to see rain and snow into Monday morning before the storm makes its way across the Northeast. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-309-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9-ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, new week. Well, we're working our way into a Monday from time zone to time zone. Hope you had a good weekend. And lines available at 844-844-3388. More residents in East Palestine, Ohio, complaining about unusual health problems in the wake of the train derailment. Wade Lovett, one of the residents, spoke to the New York Post over the weekend. Says he's having issues with his breathing. He's had issues since the derailment and the controlled burn. Doctors say, I definitely have the chemicals in me, but there's no one in town who can run the toxicology tests to find out which ones they are, he says. Now, according to the footage, his voice appeared much higher than normal. He said, my voice sounds like Mickey Mouse. My normal voice is low, and it's hard to breathe, especially at night. My chest hurts so much at night that I feel like I'm drowning, coughing up a lot of phlegm. Lost my job because the doctor won't release me to go back to work. Another resident, Shelby Walker, who lives near the derailment site, said she suffered health issues as well. Her family members experiencing a variety of symptoms. She tells the Post, the bad smell, it kind of comes and goes. Yesterday was the first day in probably 3 or 4 days that I couldn't smell anything. I've kind of lost my smell and my sense of taste. I had an eye infection in both eyes, respiratory issues, like I was just out of breath. Other members of the family have had eye infections and strep throat. The cleanup crew drives past us during the overnight hours, and they won't even look at us. It's like we don't exist. No one has reached out to us or told us anything, she said. Now, residents were told they could return to their homes back on February the 8th, as we recall. Since which point in time, reports from locals of health issues, others reporting thousands of animal die-offs in the area. When we went back to our home on the 10th, that's when we decided we couldn't raise our kids here, said another local. The smell that remains, it kind of reminds me of if you ever smelled a woman getting a perm in her hair It kind of smells like a hair perming solution, and that stuff reeks. See, upon returning home earlier this month, within 30 minutes, developed nausea and a rash. When I left, I had a rash on my skin, on my arm, and my eyes were burning for several days after that. Now, I've got 2 preschool-age children. The chemical smell was so strong it made me nauseous. I just wanted to pick up what I needed and get out. I only had a few pieces of clothes because even the clothes smell like the chemicals. I'm afraid to put them on my kids. The stories continue. Another female said she and her boyfriend, both suffering similar health issues. I undressed to get in the shower. I had a rash all over the side of my face and on both sides, all over my chest. Boyfriend had a rash on his left side. And I mean, to this moment, right now, I just have a low-grade constant headache. Now, this after officials from the Centers of Disease Control arrived in East Palestine on Saturday to look into potential health risks stemming from the toxic chemical. CDC arriving 2+ weeks after the fact. CDC officials joined by both the Environmental Protection Agency and FEMA officials. A day before that, I guess on Friday, Texas A&M and Carnegie Mellon researchers said that 9 out of about 50 chemicals that the EPA said were present on the Norfolk Southern operated train are at higher concentrations than normal, saying that if those levels continue, indeed, they may very well be a health concern. Chemicals that they saw at higher than normal levels included vinyl chloride, benzene, and naphthalene. According to their analysis, the researchers in particular flagged acrolein, which has been used in chemical warfare weapons, as one of their particular concerns. So that's the update on the people. People are getting sick. Now, what about getting all the contaminated stuff out of town? Well, late last week, operations were ceased. Michigan authorities said they weren't aware that these hazardous materials were headed to their state. So the EPA ordered a temporary pause of shipments of the contaminated waste from the Norfolk Southern derailment site. Everybody wants this contamination gone from the community, according to the EPA Region 5 administrator. They don't want the worry, they don't want the smell, and we owe it to the people of East Palestine to move it out as quick as possible. Now, Norfolk Southern, of course, responsible for the disposal of the waste. Governor DeWine said on the 23rd that under the EPA guidance, Norfolk Southern brought in large dump trucks to move contaminated soil to U.S. Ecology Wayne Disposal, a licensed hazardous waste disposal facility in Michigan. They said this will be a continuous effort to properly manage and dispose of the waste. So far, 4,832 cubic yards of soil have been excavated from the ground. More may be removed as cleanup continues. When the process begins to dig up the tracks and remove the soil underneath, that soil is being hauled away immediately and taken to a proper disposal facility. According to the statement, more than 1.7 million gallons of contaminated liquid have been removed from the derailment site. Most of the 1.1 million gallons hauled off-site were sent to a Texas-based hazardous waste disposal facility, which has said they're no longer going to accept any further shipments. A small amount was transported to Vickery Environmental in Vickery, Ohio, according to DeWine. He said 15 of the 20 truckloads containing contaminated soil were shipped to the Michigan hazardous waste treatment and disposal facility in Wayne County, which is in the Detroit area. 5 truckloads after the EPA ordered the pause actually returned to East Palestine. Right now, about 102,000 gallons of liquid waste and 4,500 cubic yards of solid waste remain in storage on site there in East Palestine, not including the 5 truckloads that were returned to the village. Additional soil and liquid waste are being generated as the cleanup progresses. So, yeah, Michigan said, hey, you're not bringing that stuff in here. Apparently, I guess starting today, I believe, is the latest update. Starting on Monday, the cleanup is going to resume. The official announcement, here it is, from the EPA this past day. The shipments will now go to 2 sites in Ohio, Vickery, and another location in East Liverpool, Ohio. Those shipments, again, set to begin today. All right, until Friday, the rail company had been solely responsible for the disposal. Going forward, disposal plans, including locations and the transportation routes, what roads these things are going to be traveling, will be subject to EPA review and approval. EPA will ensure that all waste is disposed of in a safe, lawful manner at EPA-certified facilities to prevent further release of hazardous substances into communities. We've heard the concern from residents and those in a number of states. We are reviewing the transport of some of this waste over long distances and finding the appropriate permitted and certified sites to actually take the waste. So, there's still a lot there, but the official story said no one was injured when the train derailed. The fiery, mangled mess on the outskirts of towns, but what is considered an injury? The health issues now, as I just shared, continue to grow. The story continues. It is 844-844-3388. Hey, Mike. What's wrong with you?
Your Honor.
What's happening?
Yeah. Just trying to keep up with Captain Ron there for you, He's a hard guy to keep up with.
The best day of the week, right?
Yeah, that's right. The greatest day of the week. That's what they. Hey, you know what happens on the greatest day of the week? We get to hear the Steve Summers Overnight Drive show.
There you go.
So, anyways, I don't know. Just checking in. You're talking about all that nasty bad weather and everything down there, down towards the Southway, and I was just coming into Pennsylvania, and it says winter weather advisory for Monday p.m. So must be a pretty quick moving storm if it's all the way down there, just come through Texas, Oklahoma, and it's going to be here tonight coming into Pennsylvania. So I don't know if they say to be advised of winter weather advisory, but have they talked anything about having all their shutdown stuff and stay into the right lane and 45 miles an hour and motorcycles not permitted and all that yet?
I haven't seen anything on that yet. I mean, really, under the advisories, I'm not really. I see like Central and Northeast PA has winter weather advisories, right? And then winter storm watches on up into New York there. So,
okay, well, we're right here south of Harrisburg, as I say. Just come into the PA out of Maryland, and they had to be aware of winter advisory. And I know the wife said it was supposed to rain today, but I hadn't heard anything about it turning wintry and everything. So this is all kind of fresh news to me,
Right.
That's what happens when you go 2 days. That's what happens when you go 2 days without being able to hear the Steve Summers Overnight Drive radio show. You don't have all these good weather reports. So I didn't say you were supposed to work over the weekends or nothing. That wasn't what I was implying.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. All right. But other than that, I guess everything's good there. I did see a post online that made mention that the Georgia
Hurry
Beach
and
is
everything.
looking like a return visit for the truck show. Have you got any confirmation on that at all? Or?
Say it again. Who's that?
I say the Georgia Peach.
Oh,
I
yeah,
think she,
yeah. Yes.
is planning on a return visit to the truck show.
Yeah, Wanda and actually Lisa's sister Gail. They're coming up together to work the booth with us this year.
There you go. Well, that'll be good for you there. I know they were running around last year like one-armed paper hangers there, trying to keep up with the crowd and everything. So, but hey, other than that, I'm about ready to load my trailer here. So we'll chat at you a little later there, maybe in that loneliest hour.
All right. Well, it is Monday. We know what that's all about. Well, thank you much. Horse Feathers, have a great day. It is 844-844-3388. Yeah, I did get the NASA SpaceX feed pulled up. And we'll continue to keep an eye on things. Look like the countdown clock down to just under 57 minutes. Astronauts are loaded in the capsule, going through their countdown checklist with a beautiful, looks like right about a half moon illuminating the night sky on the horizon there of the launch pad at the Kennedy Space Center. Looks like a beautiful night there, though. All right, back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. Jump on in as we get the new week up and running. Hope you had a good weekend. Hello to Pappy. Better late than never, he says. 46 degrees in the far side of southwest Hamilton County. Rain's a-coming. Come on, March the 1st. Stay safe, all you nocturnal listeners. All right, back out there doing the thing. Serve and protect. Hope you had a good weekend there, Pappy. I know you worked all weekend, so fun times, huh? What else in the mix? A couple of industry headlines. Let me start with, we've got a number of listeners, of course, Brain Dead, Heat Wave, Spaceman, who doesn't call much, but they all work, and I'm sure there's others working for Yellow. As Yellow works through their consolidation of operations at regional carriers New Penn and Holland, the International Brotherhood of Teamsters is pushing back, they say. Yellow recently filed revised change of operations notifications. Union says they do not approve of the plan they presented. The Teamsters oppose any change of operations written in vague language or drafted to erode contractual standards and practices. Yellow will not be allowed to disrupt and upend our members' lives, according to the union statement from the Teamsters National Freight Director, John Murphy. Now, among the proposed change of operations, first, convert driving jobs to what they call utility positions. Yellow has lowered the number of utility positions from 998 in the original plan in October down to just 121. Drivers would be required to handle work at different terminals and freight on the docks. It would add more turns and require drivers to haul freight to a terminal, work on the dock there, and then return to the original terminal by the end of a shift. And lastly, designated terminal turns would affect up to a quarter of line haul operations at 36 facilities. Now, the Teamsters, however, demand that established work standards and contractual protections be maintained, that the primary lanes be preserved, and traditional road driver classifications and dock workers are protected. They say they want details on how the proposed changes would affect specific locations, freight flow, the volume, the zip code alignments, and the work rules. The Teamsters are done making concessions. We will not be pushed around. Our focus rests solely on protecting our members. Now, if Yellow management gets in the way of that, we'll go after this company with everything we've got, he says. This is all a part of the transformation they announced back in 2021, which was dubbed One Yellow, pooling the three legacy subsidiaries into one super regional carrier with the goal of combining terminals to remove redundancy and improve efficiency. The first phase out west affected 89 Reddaway and YRC freight terminals. Second phase involves Yellow's Eastern Regional and LTL carrier New Penn. This phase of negotiations plays against a backdrop of lower freight volume and a bottom line which is in the red for Yellow Corporation. During the fourth quarter, the carrier reported a 25% year-over-year drop in tonnage. Yellow also reported a net loss of $15.5 million in the fourth quarter, despite the $28.2 million windfall from the sale of a terminal. So, I mean, would you add the numbers together, 28 plus 15, 28, 38, like $44 million? Would that have been the net loss if they didn't have the 28.2 windfall? I would assume that would have been the case. Wow. So there remains issues. Looks like Senor Heatwave is on board. He can maybe chime in on that coming up here, but looks like we're just a couple minutes from news break, so we'll take it to the top of the hour, get the latest, and come back with more. If you want to jump on board here on a Back to Work Monday, it is 844-844-3388. All last week we had talked about the big monster storm that was going to be sweeping through California, and starting all the way up in Washington and Oregon. Hundreds of truckers enduring the nightmarish backup along Interstate 5 there in Portland as the heavy snow made travel impossible last week. Going back to like Wednesday into Thursday, Portland picked up nearly 11 inches of snow from that system before it then swept through from northern to southern California over the weekend and now sweeps through the heart of the country as it heads toward the northeast corridor. But the record snowfall was a whole lot more than was initially predicted and pretty much just halted traffic throughout the city, Many people literally abandoning their vehicles in the roadways there. Yeah, on I-5, truckers were stuck for hours Wednesday into Thursday. One Portland resident was able to send up his personal drone and take some footage, capturing the magnitude of the number of trucks as it was flying over Interstate 5. Kind of joking, billions of tractor trailers were stuck on the interstate. Well, that would be a little bit of an exaggeration, but yeah, there were hundreds and hundreds of trucks just lined up far as the eye could see. All right, much more to come as we get the new week underway. I want to chime in. Our number is 844-844-3388. Welcome to a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Jerry Barmash. The Department of Energy has concluded that the COVID-19 pandemic likely came from a laboratory leak in China. That's according to multiple reports, which cite a classified intelligence briefing that was delivered to key lawmakers last month. It adds that the department made the assessment with low confidence. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan on NBC's Meet the Press said China, though, can't be trusted.
Look at what the consequences could be. Obviously, millions of deaths, huge economic impacts, and it would once again show that the Chinese Communist Party is not only a menace, but the nature of these regimes is to lie to the world, and we need to make that clear to people.
Sullivan said there is no definitive answer on the origins of COVID. The chair of the Republican National Committee says the party has to be united. Speaking on CNN's State of the Union, Ronna McDaniel said that's why she focused her re-election bid on unity. Some historic weather is hitting parts of California with massive amounts of snow and rain to go along with strong winds. It was felt over the weekend, where blizzard warnings are now going into effect until Monday morning and lasting until Wednesday for much of the Sierra Nevadas. The National Weather Service warned residents in the Sacramento area to avoid travel as wind gusts could reach in excess of 50 miles per hour. From the West Coast to the East Coast, where Boston preps as more snow is headed their way.
Crews in Boston are busy preparing as a major winter storm takes aim at New England. It's the same powerful system that dumped heavy rain and snow across Southern California. Eastern Minerals Regional Manager Cornelius Martin says he thought there would not be another storm this winter season.
Everybody thought the winter was over. The winter's never over until it's over. So we're all sitting on Martha's Vineyard, enjoying the summer.
The region did get some snow over the weekend, but much more is expected Monday night. I'm Dave Collins.
This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Thousands of Amazon staffers are resisting the return to office mandate, and it's a big change for CEO Andy Jassy.
In October 2021, Jassy's most recent update to staff about remote work, he announced that the company planned to leave decisions about office attendance to individual teams rather than enacting a blanket policy. Some comments suggest the move is being made to encourage employees to quit. 2 major rounds of layoffs have occurred since the fall. I'm Victoria Idoni.
The Powerball jackpot is climbing. Lottery officials say no one picked all 6 numbers in Saturday's drawing. That means Monday night's jackpot stands at $131 million. As for Tuesday's Mega Millions jackpot, that's on the rise as well, up to $145 million. The San Diego Padres are close to a deal, keeping third baseman Manny Machado in place through 2033. The contract is worth $350 million, according to ESPN. It was a big night for Everything Everywhere All at Once, winning 3 acting awards, and it took home Best Ensemble prize at the SAG Awards. Brendan Fraser was named Best Actor for The Whale.
I will treasure this, but never more than what I treasured that I used to keep in my wallet, which was my SAG card that I earned in 1991.
Fraser is one of the favorites to take home Oscar Gold in 2 weeks. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looks like the countdown clock continues to tick at the Kennedy Space Center for the Crew 6 launch. A little over 39 minutes from now. But what about Russia and U.S. working together with the tension level where they are at this point in time, the geopolitical concerns? Yeah, space has remained a rare venue of cooperation between Moscow and Washington since the Ukraine invasion started. One of the veterans of 3 space shuttle missions, Bowen, said politics rarely comes up once you get to space. Yeah, we're all professionals. We focus on the mission. It's always been a great relationship we've had with cosmonauts once we get to space, he says. While aboard the space station, Crew 6 intends to conduct dozens of experiments, including how materials burn in microgravity and researching heart, brain, and cartilage functions. The current crew is the 6th, thus the name Crew 6, to be transported by SpaceX to the space station. This particular capsule, the Endeavour capsule, has flown into space 3 times. Of course, NASA pays the private SpaceX company to ferry astronauts to the laboratory roughly every 6 months. They expect Crew 6 to have a handover of several days with the 4 members of the Dragon 5 crew that have been stationed there since back in October. Crew 5 will then return to Earth. Also currently aboard the space station are Russian cosmonauts, as well as NASA's astronaut Frank Rubio. They're scheduled to return home on March the 28th, but the cooling system of the Soyuz capsule was damaged by that meteoroid. And they're looking at, they did launch a kind of a rescue and uncrewed Russian capsule last Friday that is intended ultimately to bring those 3 astronauts home. But they're now scheduled to return not till September. All right, interesting. Counting down early on a Monday. And kind of looking at the countdown timeline, they've closed the hatch, verified for propellant load. That's all completed. The Dragon launch escape is armed. All right, so yeah, I guess the fuel loading is in the process of continuing there. Our number, 844-844-3388. Hello to Heatwave. What's happening here on a Monday?
Good morning, senor. Not a whole hell of a lot. As far as the yellow situation, well, they sure didn't seem to give a damn about us, the 20%ers out here on the West Coast or the western side of the country. They were just going to see how we were going to be hurt and what benefits were going to happen for us. And just as soon as it starts going to the 80%, then that's when yellow or the Teamsters decided they better jump in and start swinging their weight around. Well, so I don't give a hoot in hell about the Teamsters management. So now, as far as the company management goes, it's mismanagement at the highest levels. And they don't have a system that is up to date as far as a computer system. From what I understand from Brain Dead, there's a lot of incompatible items on the forklifts to whatever the terminal computers are in the scanners. And, that's just a sign that they didn't want to spend money back then. And now they don't have the money to spend. And that's the reason why they sent out the letter to the maintenance and other areas of the company saying, don't spend any money, because we ain't got it.
Mm-hmm.
Only if we need to get a rental truck or it's something that we absolutely need to get these trucks going. I mean, supplies, hand towels, that they just don't have, the stuff that they need because they're trying to stop the bleeding. Well, if you have 4 different makes of tractors,
right,
and you have 4 different makes of engines, and you have to have an inventory of the parts to go to these different engines, these different trucks, and it's not, they can't use it. It's not interchangeable. I mean, dadgum, ABF has got Mack trucks. You see that Bulldog on the front of every one of their tractors. Well, guess what? They've got the same engines. They've got the same trannies. All they have to do is load up one set of inventory for their entire fleet. I mean, simple things. But as our business advisor told me, he says, well, we had a meeting and only 4 of y'all guys showed up. Well, the meetings are not, they're set up on certain days, one time a month. And, if you are on a bid run and you are not going to be there, well, I'm sorry, we're just kind of left out in the cold. As he thought, we had no interest in what's going on with the company. Well, I do, but when the hell am I going to be able to get there?
Can't be in 2 places at the same time. You haven't figured that out yet, have you?
I can't get off a run just to go to some damn meeting. Yeah, I may get paid for the time that I went to the meeting, but the big picture is I would have lost the money on the run out and the run back on my bid. So, it doesn't behoove me to do anything like that. Now, if I could write something in, I would do that. But, yeah, and I know people are asking, well, why don't you just go to another company?
Yeah.
Well, I've already established myself here. I've already vested 4.5 years of my life to this company. I'm 56. There ain't a whole other bunch of companies out there that want to have an older driver like me, that where the company pays the insurance for the insurance. The benefits that I have now, I've never had with the likes of CFI, with the likes of Snyder, with the likes of Transco Lines, Inc. out of Russellville, Arkansas. I've never had that. So, and on top of that, ABF didn't want me, or they didn't seem to have any interest. They're like, yeah, you can throw an application in, but, they're not obligated to tell you why they didn't hire you.
Right.
It'd be nice. Because, if there was an issue, I think I'd like to know about and, either work on that issue or if it was something reported in error, be able to challenge that. But anyway, so that's enough of Yella. I don't want y'all getting all upset with me. I don't want to be the reason why the ratings go down,
Well, but one question. When I shared the numbers, though, they lost $14.4 million in the fourth quarter, but they sold a $28 million terminal. Yeah, so I'm assuming that would have been more like a $44 million loss if it weren't for that terminal sale.
Well, was that just one terminal, or was that 2 or 3 terminals?
Well,
was that actually just for one terminal?
The story said a terminal sale. Now that maybe that could be multiple terminals. Because I'm thinking $28 million. That's an awful large price for just a terminal, right?
Oh, well, I would think so too. But then again, it depends on where the terminal was that they had sold it.
Yeah.
On the East Coast, maybe property rates are high. I know on the West Coast it is. It just location.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I'm looking here. The wording from the landline report says the $28.2 million windfall from the sale of a terminal, it says. So
Okay.
that sounds singular.
Yep. Sounds like it to me, too. Oh, well, so let's get off of that subject onto something other. So, Ray Childers Racing, I guess they're a Chevy-operated group, or they operate Chevys. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Well, there you go. Monkey Gouger must be real happy. I could care less about NASCAR, even though I did watch a few minutes of it. Apparently, I had just missed the big 10-car accident, and they interviewed one of the drivers that came out of the little hospital they got there to make sure they're all right. He seemed to think that the top bunch of drivers went ahead and hit the brakes to slow down with playing games, and that's the reason why he got into the wreck. I don't know, did they ever say what caused that big 10-car accident?
I did not get to tune into the race, Heatwave. I did not get to see that. I was, I'm snoozing.
Oh,
I mean, it was a California race. I mean, late in the day for me, and I'm trying to get ready for my Sunday night. So
sorry, I didn't think about that. Well, I mean, it from the replays, it looked pretty gnarly, to use a phrase from the 80s.
Yeah.
But they were talking about the next race being up in Las Vegas, and they're like, well, there's no way to get up there because the 15 is shut down between the 10 and the Las Vegas. It's like, well, I'm sure they weren't expecting anything like this to happen. Well, maybe next year they'll put it in the middle of the season instead of right at the beginning of the season. That way they're guaranteed to have good weather.
Well, it's the irony. Normally, you start the season with Daytona, then they head out west. I mean, on a normal year, you're pretty much guaranteed good conditions there in California and Las Vegas. I mean, the irony. What do they say? It's been 30 years since they've had a storm like this snow down in Los Angeles.
Well, if you were to watch the replay, you could see that the snow level was up from the top of the mountains all the way down to the valley floor in some areas. And they're like, some of those people that live in that neck of the woods, they ain't never seen anything like that. So, yeah, this is definitely not a normal year. But with El Nino kicking La Nina out and and have been in the process of pumping more moisture in the atmosphere, who knows? So, are you going to broadcast the launch live, or are you just going to give us a play-by-play when it happens?
I've got it before me, and I mean, I think I can probably tune into some of the commentary. I'll try to carry it live. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
If I can get it to play without my computer buffering, that's the problem. I've got a feed up via our good friends at YouTube. But yeah, if it starts buffering, I may have to dump out of it. We'll give it a shot though. 25 minutes on the countdown clock.
Well, good luck to the astronauts going up. I hope it goes without a hitch. So yeah, this last storm that come through, we really did not get anything in New Mexico except high winds. It seemed like to me that the storm system coming in from Southern California just kind of went up towards the Flagstaff area of Arizona and then went right up above the Four Corners area. We were getting today, I mean, we just had wind to beat the band out there. Started out calm this morning about 6, and then it was really raising all sorts of hell out there. And we had intermittent sleet, snow, freezing rain. But I mean, it wasn't much of anything. It was more of a nuisance. But they sent us down on the southern trek where we dropped down 25 to Hatch and catch 10 here in Deming. So I don't know. Did you see how many more storms they got in the line waiting to come in on the shore?
There,
Is there
yeah,
like two or
there's
three more?
there's yes, a series of storms. They're not going to be as big as the weekend storm, but yeah, they're going to be playing in the rain for several more days.
Mm. Well, that'll be nice. I've got a dirty car and a dirty pickup, and it'd be nice to wash some of that crud off of there. It is amazing how you can get rain, and it just, it'd be a nice calm day, but it seems like it's washing the air clean, even when it snows. And whatever particulate matter it gets when it's coming down lands on your vehicles. Well, when everything dries up, all you've got is this, dirty-looking car. It might have been white at one time, but it's going to be tan like sand. And I've actually been in Spain when I was in the Air Force. It actually rained mud. That was a phenomenon I had never even thought about. I guess we had a bunch of dirt in the sky over Zaragoza, Spain, and it actually came down as mud. Hasn't happened since, but I guess we just don't have that much crap in the air like they did back then.
Yeah.
But other than that, not really a whole lot happening. I was going to try to get on with you on Friday, but, well, things just didn't quite happen the way it should. Trucks breaking down, having to get another tractor, getting called back to the yard. I mean, we've been having tractors just go down left and right with transmission issues. So that, these tractors are 4 to 5 years old. They've got 800,000 miles or more on them. They're supposed to be swapped out at 4 years or 650,000. Then it's 750. Now, Lord knows when this is going to happen because we ain't got the money. Well, oh, hell, I'm talking about yellow again. Oh, well, anyways, I'll go ahead and I'll let you go.
All right.
And you have yourself a good night.
Thank you for checking
you later,
in. Yep,
Senor.
safe travels out there. Yeah, I was thinking to myself, I saw Monkey Gouger did post something about Chevrolet in the winner's circle, and I thought, well, he didn't call in last week, so he must have been at the home 20. So I would assume he's back out there tonight. And looky there he is. What's going on?
It's a wonderful day. Two things. I don't work for roadway transport or Big Yellow. And the other thing is, Steve, you missed a hell of a race today, buddy. I'm going to tell you one thing. Them Chevrolets put the beat down on them Fords and them Japa Crapper, something awful, buddy. I'm talking about they smoked them. Top 4 cars were Chevrolets. Chevrolet had 6 out of the top 10. I mean, they just smoked that butt today, buddy. It was a wonderful race.
Beautiful day in the neighborhood. So Kyle Busch, I mean, you said you're going to be pulling for him this year because he's in the Chevrolet.
That's right. I said if he started driving a Chevrolet, I'd be his biggest supporter. And I will tell you something. He put on a commanding performance today. I mean, when he decided it was time to go to the front, he went to the front. I think he was like 3.4 seconds ahead of the next Chevrolet. I mean, he had that thing smoking.
Wow. Well, I mean, we know he's a good driver. If you can put him in a good car, he can do something with it.
That's right. All he needed to do was get a Chevrolet. Just get back in the Chevrolet, go to the winner's circle. But hey, they were talking about that start. NASCAR is trying something for 5 races. And it's called the Geico Restart, and they're giving them a wider space there to, take off. So they letting the guy that's leading the race after they come back to the restart, he gets to pick where he wants to go upper or lower, and then the other car can go up or lower, whatever he wants to do for about 10 cars there. They all pick out what lane they want to be in.
Yeah.
The leader, I think that thing's like 500 foot the leader starts the race. Well, that Dumbo Joey Logano, with his duper self, you know, he's always causing a bunch of mayhem. And when he got about halfway through it, he seen they was ganging up on him, seen all the other cars done dropped the hammer. He never mashed the gas. And it caused a damn hell of a wreck. 10 cars went sliding out through there. So thanks to Daffy Duck. Yeah, you done it again, buddy. Of course, he drives a Ford, so that explains it right there, you know. So that's about it, though, Steve, on the racing end of it. It was a good race, man. I really enjoyed listening to it. I didn't get to watch none of it, but I sure did listen to it.
Well, did you get to tune into the Daytona 500 last week? I don't think we've talked since then. What'd you think of that? I mean, it was a battle of attrition. I mean, most of the field was gone.
I'm gonna tell you something. That right there. I mean, Kyle had that way front. You know, he was like Dale Earnhardt. He got that monkey on his back for 18 times, 19 times he done tried. Can't win. Had it one hands down. They have a wreck, you know, and then they start the strategy, you know, who's going to start here, who's going to do that. I mean, I was tickled pink to see that Chevrolet win in that one, Ricky Stenhouse. I thought that was an awesome race. I just, you know, you got a lap to go, and yellow comes out. I think it ought to finish under yellow, declare the winner, and go on about your business. The way I feel about that thing. You don't have all these cars tore up, taking a chance of somebody getting killed or maimed up.
Yep.
But that's my take on that. But yeah, I was happy with that. That was a good race. I mean, watched it lap to lap, got home, and sitting down there drinking me a cold cowboy beer and eating some hot dogs and just enjoyed the race, man. Had a good race, sir. Enjoyed everything I had at home.
That's cool. Well, hey, we're up to top of the hour, so you got some other stuff for us because we haven't spoken over a week. Hang in there. It's 844-844-3388.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News. I'm Jerry Barmash. The Department of Energy has concluded that the COVID-19 pandemic likely came from a laboratory leak in China. That's according to multiple reports, which cite a classified intelligence briefing that was delivered to key lawmakers last month. It adds that the department made the assessment with low confidence. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan on NBC's Meet the Press said China, though, can't be trusted.
Look at what the consequences could be. Obviously, millions of deaths, huge economic impacts, and it would once again show that the Chinese Communist Party is not only a menace, but the nature of these regimes is to lie to the world, and we need to make that clear to people.
Sullivan said there is no definitive answer on the origins of COVID. The chair of the Republican National Committee says the party has to be united. Speaking on CNN's State of the Union, Ronna McDaniel said that's why she focused her re-election bid on unity. Some historic weather is hitting parts of California with massive amounts of snow and rain to go along with strong winds. It was felt over the weekend, where blizzard warnings are now going into effect until Monday morning and lasting until Wednesday for much of the Sierra Nevadas. The National Weather Service warned residents in the Sacramento area to avoid travel as wind gusts could reach in excess of 50 miles per hour. From the West Coast to the East Coast, where Boston preps as more snow is headed their way.
Crews in Boston are busy preparing as a major winter storm takes aim at New England. It's the same powerful system that dumped heavy rain and snow across Southern California. Eastern Minerals Regional Manager Cornelius Martin says he thought there would not be another storm this winter season.
Everybody thought the winter was over. The winter's never over until it's over. So we're all sitting on Martha's Vineyard, enjoying the summer.
The region did get some snow over the weekend, but much more is expected Monday night. I'm Dave Collins.
This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Thousands of Amazon staffers are resisting the return to office mandate, and it's a big change for CEO Andy Jassy.
In October 2021, Jassy's most recent update to staff about remote work, he announced that the company planned to leave decisions about office attendance to individual teams rather than enacting a blanket policy. Some comments suggest the move is being made to encourage employees to quit. 2 major rounds of layoffs have occurred since the fall. I'm Victoria Idoni.
The Powerball jackpot is climbing. Lottery officials say no one picked all 6 numbers in Saturday's drawing. That means Monday night's jackpot stands at $131 million. As for Tuesday's Mega Millions jackpot, that's on the rise as well, up to $145 million. The San Diego Padres are close to a deal, keeping third baseman Manny Machado in place through 2033. The contract is worth $350 million, according to ESPN. It was a big night for Everything Everywhere All at Once, winning 3 acting awards, and it took home Best Ensemble prize at the SAG Awards. Brendan Fraser was named Best Actor for The Whale.
I will treasure this, but never more than what I treasured that I used to keep in my wallet, which was my SAG card that I earned in 1991.
Fraser.
Alrighty, back on a Monday. Close out the weekend, working our way into that 27th day of February. I got a recall to pass your way. PACCAR recalling more than 8,000 trucks for a potential brake defect that could result in a crash. The recall affects certain 2021 to 2024 Kenworth T280, 380, and 480 models. You got Peterbilt 536, 537, and 548 vehicles. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration documents, when the brake pedal is fully applied, then released rapidly, the pedal plunger that connects the brake pedal to the brake valve may come disconnected, causing the brakes to fail, no doubt. As the total number of trucks affected is 8,008. They say PACCAR is currently developing a remedy for that brake issue. Recall notification letters slated to be sent out April 16th of this year. Yeah, meanwhile, 5-7 looks like he's at the home 20 this morning. Coffee's brewing, he says. Good morning. Going to take the sweetie to the eye doctor, then on to her cancer doctor. Got a long day ahead of us. Copy the mail. All right. Hope everything goes well. Have a good day. Hello to Kentucky Ken. Morning, overnight drive crew and Mr. Summers. A couple of German shepherds woke me up for a potty break. Happy Monday and safe travels. I'll be rolling out in about 5 hours. Get it started for a new weeknight. All right. Kentucky Ken, good to have you on board. Dipsy driver, I saw you were hanging in there. Said, I'm sorry I had to drop off Steve. I guess he was out in the garage listening. He said, the wife sent me a text, said our puppy got sick. Yeah, she was kind of acting funny today. I'll try to call back in maybe tomorrow morning. All right, thank you much, Dipsy driver. Hope all is well with the puppy. All right, Monkey Gouger, welcome back. So I guess you last week was it was a week at the Marina Del Rey last week, right?
Yeah, last week was my week off. My 4 or 5 days I get off, work 7, 8, take off 4 or 5 or 6, and come back to work. So we back cruising the highways again. But, Steve, I got a question for all these yellow drivers keep calling in here complaining about the truck broke down, the equipment ain't up to par and all this. What did they do with that $742 million the American taxpayer give them?
Right. Good question.
Now they're in money trouble again?
Yeah, it's hard to fathom, isn't it?
I mean, my suggestion is to this. All right, we bailed out the American taxpayer, which is me and you. We bailed out, the Central State Pension Fund. We turned around to give that antiquated trucking company, mismanaged trucking company, may I suggest, $742 million. I say let the damn thing go under, and then they ain't got to worry about driving these wrecks up and down the highway no more. I mean, that's just me. Yeah, but I mean, that's the way I look at it. Who the hell is gonna bail us out when we get in trouble? Nobody. If you don't got a good banker, you just on your own. So I don't. It just blows my mind when they call in here talking about the transmission is outdated and all that. Where did that $742 million go to fix that antiquated trucking company? I mean, they've been going under. There's been enough American taxman thrown into that misrun trucking company. So I say just close the damn thing down and get on with it. Let's just go ahead and knock them out the misery. That's the way I feel about it. But you got any suggestions for it?
All I know is that this company has been struggling for how many years now? Well over a decade?
Right. And Steve, the thing that gets me, if you go back and look at the reason they're in trouble, they made all kind of risky business ventures, buying, putting trucking companies over in China and buying this and buying that, and then they wonder why they go broke. I mean, it was probably a powerful trucking company at one time. I mean, I never had a chance to talk to many of them. Back in the day, I remember seeing Roadway a lot, seeing Yellow a lot, but their mismanagement is what got them where they're at. And I mean, here they are in trouble again.
Right.
I mean, man, just how much more is the American taxpayer supposed to pull out of their pocket to keep this antiquated, outdated trucking company afloat? So with that, Steve, that's about all I got for tonight. We'll be hollering at you tomorrow night. We're just going to celebrate a little bit of this triumphant victory by Mr. Kyle Woods and Richard
right.
Childress Racing.
There you go. Like I said, didn't take him long to get into winner's circle with the new team. I think, and what the odd combination of those two. Who would have ever thought those two would come together after some of the friction that we had seen between those two over the years? Let's just drop a little ear in and see what's going on with SpaceX.
Look at that. It's just like breathing.
Really is.
So cool. Look at that.
That's so cool to see. And next up, again, 1 minute is the important part. And also at 45 seconds, the launch director of SpaceX will verify go for launch, which is the final go. Of course, that might be the point where we will maybe not even hear anymore about the issue they're troubleshooting right now. So we'll see how the next 3 minutes go. But in 3 minutes from now, we will certainly know what happens. Yes, one way or the other, we will know. Yep. There's no wiggle room. Just to point that out again, we said it before, but there's no wiggle room in this countdown. Once it's an instantaneous launch window to the ISS.
On internal power.
There we go.
Alrighty. Yeah. As we continue here, the final fueling closeout should be taking place right around
this is
now.
the LD on countdown 1. Hold, hold, hold.
Oh.
We're standing down due to a T-tab ground issue.
Oh, wow.
All right. So that is a scrub for the day.
There you go.
Yeah, just to point that out, this is a complete scrub. This is no way they can launch today. The launch is aborted at this point. The crew will not launch to the ISS today.
How about that? Well, we tuned in at the right time then, I guess. Yeah, countdown clock had reached 2 minutes and 17 seconds. And I don't know exactly what the issue was, but that's a scrub with everything fully fueled. So the reverse process begins to take place. And we'll let you know when they'll make the next attempt. But it will not be at 2:45 or 1:45 a.m. Eastern Time here on a Monday morning. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Back to the calls ahead. Plenty of room for you as we get the new week underway. And keeping an eye on strong storms that continue to push through eastern Oklahoma. Looks like they may have actually extended the tornado watch until later in the morning. Let's see. Well, 1 a.m. Central Time. All right, that's that particular watch. So I'm still looking at some pretty healthy storms, severe weather. Eastern portions of Kansas, eastern Oklahoma, as we roll into a new week. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, just got the heads up from Big Sexy there in Arkansas, who's actually off tonight, but I guess he must be tuned in, watching speaking of the weather, kind of watching things come in his direction. Storms moving out of Oklahoma into Arkansas. And they had just issued a tornado warning for northwest Arkansas, Crawford County, then also Sebastian County, and the adjoining county over there in east central Oklahoma, Sequoia County. All right, radar indicated tornado for that area. So that's, I think you've got some pretty major interstate along that section, I-40. There in Arkansas between the state line and the 19-mile marker. In Oklahoma, I-40 between the 314 and 328. Interstate 540 between the 1 and 12-mile markers, and Interstate 49 from the 22 to 33-mile marker and near mile marker 37, all covered by the tornado warning there. So, indeed, regardless of an actual tornado, you're definitely going to be encountering strong straight-line winds, probably torrential rain along those sections of interstate there. Use caution, slow it down. Eagle, I believe. Good morning, Eagle. How was your weekend?
Yeah, I'm still at home. I told you I'm not leaving out until tomorrow morning. I took the weekend off once I finally made it back to Texas. But yeah, I wanted to talk about the weather and about the NASCAR race, how it blends into that situation. Yeah, Steve, like I say, I haven't been to California in a while. Like I say, I no longer go to California, even though, I used to live there a long time ago. But like I say, the company I'm with right now currently doesn't go there, and that's a good thing. But I can never remember, I think you gave the stats, but I never remembered it snowing on they call it the Cabbage Patch. I mean, no, what the hell do they call it? Above Los Angeles, I forgot what they call that area, but right before you get to LA, if you're coming down Interstate 5, but they had that interstate was shut down. The Grapevine, yeah, they call it the Grapevine because it's basically that's where they grow a lot of grapes. And I don't know if you ever been on that road before, but it's scary as hell for me when I went down, because like I say, it's basically when you going down that hill on Interstate 5, your truck is almost at a 45-degree angle. You basically going straight down, so you better hope you got some brakes on your truck when you rolling down at Grapevine going north. But yeah, it was shut down over the weekend. Interstate 5 had snow, and they had, what'd you say?
Indeed, and it was a heck of a mess. The higher elevations got dumped on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can never remember, when I used to roll out to California, I can never remember the Grapevine being shut down with a snowstorm. I know they probably had it in the past, but not when I was out there, thank God. But yeah, and like I say, it even snowed at the racetrack in Fontana. They had to cancel practice and qualifying on
on Saturday because of the snow. It actually snowed, and I damn sure never seen it snowing in California. I mean, in Los Angeles, not in that part of Fontana area over there. Not all the years I went to California, I can never recall seeing no damn snow in Fontana. But yeah, if you watch the race today, a lot of the fans in the stands, I think it was only like 40 or 50 degrees outside today in Fontana where the race was held at. Like I said, it definitely was a storm. I didn't know the storm was going to bring as much snow. And then the other guy who called in earlier, I seen the Interstate 15 was shut down. I think Las Vegas had some snow too, a little bit of snow going up there. The interstate shut down. But how it relates to me is, Steve, because down here in Texas where I'm living at, it's damn near 90 degrees, 95 degrees. It could get up to 100 degrees. They're talking about on Wednesday or Thursday.
Wow.
Down here where I'm at. Yeah, it's hot as hell down here in Texas. I'm running the air conditioner. I'm running the air conditioner, and other people got the heaters blowing and everything else. So, like I say, I love this type of weather down here in Texas. I almost hate to leave, but I'm trying to get me a load going to Florida for tomorrow so I can stay away from the bad weather. So hopefully I'll get me something rolling towards Florida because I'm pretty sure they ain't going to have no snow in Florida. But you never know with the way the weather's going nowadays. But, yeah, like I say, now getting back to the car race, now that's the way a car race should be run, Steve. You say you didn't watch it, but Kyle Busch made a comment last week after the Daytona race, after he got ripped off, because they had to restart the race, and then things didn't go right on the restart. One of his last comments was, "Now we get to go to a real racetrack." And what he meant by that is that these cars have no restrictor plate on them, and these guys are running 5 wide all over the track. You don't see that type of racing at Daytona. It's just push and shove, and whoever the last man is wins. Today, you clearly seen who the better cars were, and that was with Kyle Busch and a couple of other Chevrolet truck cars. Because these cars are running wide open, they don't have no restrictors on them. And at Daytona, if they want to have a better product in the years to come, I think they need to go ahead on and let these cars run the way they run at Fontana. Even though Fontana, they claim that the track is going to be shut down and they're going to rearrange it and change it into another type of track. But from what I've seen today, they need to leave it alone. I don't know why they want to change the track, but I think they're making a mistake because like Monkey Gal just said, that was some good racing today. Kyle Busch, he put on a show. And like I said, Kyle Busch, besides Dale Earnhardt in the history of NASCAR, Kyle Busch is probably the second best racer there because he's won at everything from the Busch Series to the truck races to the Winston Cup, NASCAR, whatever you want to call it. He don't won all kind of races all over. And he started out with Hendrick Motorsports. He had a bad attitude. But like I said, that's. He was young. He was only in his 20s when he got his first job with Hendrick Motorsports. He was with, he took it for granted and he ended up losing his job, but and moving on to Toyota. He had a good career, but I think things would have been a lot different if he'd have stayed at Hendrick. He probably would have won even more races. But clearly he's the best racer out there right now. And the guy who, Tyler Reddick, he made a bad mistake as far as I'm concerned. He screwed it. He screwed over Richard Childress by signing a contract to go to Toyota this year. And I think he's going to come to regret that because he had a good car last year. He won a lot of races, and he set Kyle Busch up. Kyle Busch basically jumped into a good car. Anybody would have wanted to get into that car after what the season they had last year. So, and then you put a man like Kyle Busch in that car, only good things are going to happen. Like I said, he should have won Daytona. And, he could have won the Busch Class. Like, he don't get ripped off on a couple of races the first of the year. So Kyle Busch is on a roll right now, and it wouldn't shock me if he won the championship. So I'm happy for Kyle Busch. He's paid his dues. He's a good racer, and he deserves everything he gets. And now he's in a good car, and now he's leading the pack like he should be leading. And like I say, NASCAR, like I said before, they're making a mistake by getting rid of the Fontana race. Now, one other thing I wanted to say before I hang up with you, Steve, about the weather again, the weather situation again. I understand that up in, you might want to check on it, up in Wyoming. Like I say, I don't go to that part of the country either. Definitely don't go to Interstate 80. You want to, truck drivers, anybody that knows anything about trucking, you want to stay away from Interstate 80 this time of year because that's one of the worst roads to be on because you have winds kicking up. I don't know what the speed is, but it's high. And like I say, they have blizzard type snow. I've been caught in that type of weather. You end up getting shut down for 2 or 3 days. The only thing you do is cost yourself money, unless you got forced dispatching. You got to go, because that's the easiest way to get to Salt Lake City and to Denver, Colorado, across 80. So a lot of truckers are running that way, when they go to Denver or when they go into Salt Lake. So you may not have no choice. But like I said, I don't go out that way. And the same thing with Portland, Oregon. You had said up about how much snow they had up in Portland. That's another area that's very dangerous this type of year, going to that Portland or Oregon area. So like I say, I try to stay away from the West Coast, nowadays. Well, during the summertime I'll roll out there, but during the winter I'll try to stay away from those areas. But yeah, like I said, it just surprised me to see that much snow in California. You had been updating it all last week, but I didn't think it was going to shut down the Fontana racetrack, with the snow and shut down Interstate 5 going into Los Angeles. Like I said, I've never seen that much snow in the mountains above Los Angeles. So it's like I said, I guess that comment that they used to say, Steve. I guess they always know how to say. I guess hell will freeze over when it gets cold in Los Angeles. Well, I guess hell just froze over because it definitely got cold in Los Angeles this week. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, well, it wasn't the first time. I think as far as like the blizzard warning was concerned, the first time in like 30 years they'd had that. And the blizzard warning was the higher elevations. But hey, look at there. We hit the top of the hour. Clear lines at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Jerry Barmash. The Department of Energy has concluded that the COVID-19 pandemic likely came from a laboratory leak in China. That's according to multiple reports, which cite a classified intelligence briefing that was delivered to key lawmakers last month. It adds that the department made the assessment with low confidence. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan on NBC's Meet the Press said China, though, can't be trusted.
Look at what the consequences could be. Obviously, millions of deaths, huge economic impacts, and it would once again show that the Chinese Communist Party is not only a menace, but the nature of these regimes is to lie to the world, and we need to make that clear to people.
Sullivan said there is no definitive answer on the origins of COVID. The chair of the Republican National Committee says the party has to be united. Speaking on CNN's State of the Union, Ronna McDaniel said that's why she focused her re-election bid on unity. Some historic weather is hitting parts of California with massive amounts of snow and rain to go along with strong winds. It was felt over the weekend, where blizzard warnings are now going into effect until Monday morning and lasting until Wednesday for much of the Sierra Nevadas. The National Weather Service warned residents in the Sacramento area to avoid travel as wind gusts could reach in excess of 50 miles per hour. From the West Coast to the East Coast, where Boston preps as more snow is headed their way.
Crews in Boston are busy preparing as a major winter storm takes aim at New England. It's the same powerful system that dumped heavy rain and snow across Southern California. Eastern Minerals Regional Manager Cornelius Martin says he thought there would not be another storm this winter season.
Everybody thought the winter was over. The winter's never over until it's over. So we're all sitting on Martha's Vineyard, enjoying the summer.
The region did get some snow over the weekend, but much more is expected Monday night. I'm Dave Collins.
This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Thousands of Amazon staffers are resisting the return to office mandate, and it's a big change for CEO Andy Jassy.
In October 2021, Jassy's most recent update to staff about remote work, he announced that the company planned to leave decisions about office attendance to individual teams rather than enacting a blanket policy. Some comments suggest the move is being made to encourage employees to quit. 2 major rounds of layoffs have occurred since the fall. I'm Victoria Idoni.
The Powerball jackpot is climbing. Lottery officials say no one picked all 6 numbers in Saturday's drawing. That means Monday night's jackpot stands at $131 million. As for Tuesday's Mega Millions jackpot, that's on the rise as well, up to $145 million. The San Diego Padres are close to a deal, keeping third baseman Manny Machado in place through 2033. The contract is worth $350 million, according to ESPN. It was a big night for Everything Everywhere All at Once, winning 3 acting awards, and it took home Best Ensemble prize at the SAG Awards. Brendan Fraser was named Best Actor for The Whale.
I will treasure this, but never more than what I treasured that I used to keep in my wallet, which was my SAG card that I earned in 1991.
Fraser is one of the favorites to take home Oscar Gold in 2 weeks. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, thank you very much. Welcome in, welcome aboard. For those just joining us, 1400 KIXR, Provo, Utah. Hope you had a good weekend. Kick things into gear as we roll into a Monday, 27th day of February. So just one to go. Yeah, Eagle was talking about I ain't never seen the snow that far down into California. Matter of fact, Sylvester said he was in the second half of his training back in early March 1991. We had to turn around on I-8 leaving San Diego because the road was shut down. They had blizzard conditions over Pine Valley at the time. So it's not like it's never happened before. It's not a common occurrence, right? Doing track driver training, 1991. Said it snowed in early February in Corona on the southern side of the valley, from Fontana. Now, I heard in the news break there the higher elevations, the Sierra Nevada, you had blizzard warnings, continuing now through like Wednesday. And in the aftermath of the record-setting rain and snow late last week, the pattern's going to kind of persist as we roll into the month of March. First half of this week, a big southward dip in the jet stream will be guiding coastal storms into the Pacific Northwest and California. By late week, the pattern turns slightly more moderate along the California coast. But a continuation of the cold, unsettled conditions through midweek this week. Yesterday had a quick moving storm. Yeah, they brought some rain and hefty snow totals to the prominent western mountains like the Cascades, Sierra Range, you had northern Rockies. Sunday evening, which you're into now there in Southern California. Yeah, another storm makes its debut along southern Washington, Oregon, and northern California's coastal areas. Eventually, those impacts will spread inland as the day continues here Monday. It's going to track southward overnight tonight into the new day, bringing new rounds of snow and rain from Washington to portions of central and even southern California. Now, look at some of the snowfall levels they're talking about here. I'm looking at a map where, between depicting from Sunday to Wednesday, so yesterday to midweek this week, some of these mountain passes are looking at, feet and feet of snow. Donner Pass, 36 to 48 inches. Carson Pass, 48 to 72 inches. The same for Tioga Pass, 48 to 72. Even Echo Pass, talking 48 to 60-inch snowfall totals. So, 3-4 feet of snow. The snow levels are going to be falling dramatically by later today. Now, although the snow levels will continue to remain low on Monday and Tuesday, they may bottom out on Wednesday as the core of that cold shifts into California. Snow levels could again drop as low as 1,000 feet above sea level in some spots. Other notable passes throughout the California Sierra Range, Carson, Tioga, they're talking maybe that's 4 to 6 feet of snowfall. The grapevine, the grapevine, there you go. Eagle, the grapevine along Interstate 5 may actually be shut down once again at some point midweek this week with additional heavy snow. Of course, as we saw over the weekend, Grapevine through Tejon Pass was shut down for ice. The heavy snow closed the roadway in both directions. According to Caltrans, they closed things down Saturday evening. I think they got that reopened on Sunday morning. But all these storms occurring in the final days of meteorological winter. And this just really continues to beef up the seasonal snowfall totals in those western mountain ranges. To date, the entire Sierra Nevada range is over 140% of their seasonal average. That seasonal average typically runs through April 1st. So we're piling feet of additional snow, yards of additional snow on those higher elevations out there. I guess they could use that, right? All right, plenty of room for you here on a Monday. Jump on in, our favorite day of the week. It's 844-844-3388. All right, we know lawsuits have already been filed. Recommendations from experts for the residents there of East Palestine is, of course, don't sign anything until you speak with a lawyer. And as anticipated, there's probably going to be a number of other lawsuits. A well-known Pittsburgh law firm has filed a class action for damages caused by the train derailment. As KDKA Money editor Joe Delano explains, this suit specifically alleges damages to residents and businesses in Pennsylvania. We were the first class action, maybe the only one at this point, to have as our named plaintiffs residents of Beaver County. So East Palestine is on the Ohio side. Of course, you had the adjoining in Pennsylvania, Beaver County. Brad Trust, has filed a class action on behalf of two residents there and a business in New Galilee, Beaver County, Pennsylvania. He said the class includes anyone harmed within not 3 miles, but within 30 miles of the Norfolk Southern derailment. Why 30 miles? Well, it's based on the evidence from the experts at this point. What I would call the zone of danger. We believe those residents and businesses that are within that 30-mile radius could potentially be exposed to hazardous toxins, vinyl chloride, and other toxins that were released as a result of the derailment. So the 30-mile radius extends into Beaver, Butler, Lawrence, and even part of Allegheny County. Now, I said it's too early to know who's been harmed. It may be years before we know the full impact here. So what exactly are the damages? Well, we know people within that 30-mile zone are experiencing respiratory problems, irritations, watering eyes, things along those lines. But there's a whole other group of damages people are going to be suffering, including loss of business income, loss of real estate value. Who's going to want to buy property there, right? Now, with multiple class actions being filed by various attorneys, the trust says the court will ultimately certify which suit and attorneys will best represent the class. Once a class is certified, those members of the public that are identified as being potential class members will get notifications on their right to opt in or out of the class action. Both the trust and others say if you want to be a plaintiff in a class action lawsuit, consult a lawyer whose advice that you value, but don't act precipitously. Class action lawsuits have their ups and their downs. Now, I would certainly think anyone who's considering this route should think about it carefully. Don't rush. Do not rush into something. Let's see. The Edgar Snyder lawsuit now includes Ohio residents. This is a separate class action, along with dozens from Pennsylvania. These suits are likely to grow as more and more people determine their harm. But don't expect anything to happen quickly. Most class actions take at least 2 or 3 years to settle. And I think, in particular, this case, the 2 to 3 years, it may be 2 or 3 years before we even begin to know the full potential health impacts on those residents. And I know when they evacuated the 1 mile radius during that controlled burn, but as we all witnessed, that massive plume of black smoke drifting for miles and miles, and ultimately sediment coming down. There had been some reports, people showing videos of like acid rain concerns. I had a guy late last week apparently that said he was over in that area, and it had rained the night before, and he said he's out there, and he's in the video. It looks like the clear coat on his vehicle was just literally bubbling and coming off, and he's trying to say that was the chemicals. That video went viral. Now, the experts say that had nothing to do with any sort of acid rain related to the train derailment. That was some old footage, So be careful of what you see, what you believe. A lot of fictitious stuff out there. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Of course, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, collector cars, boats, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. Store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And as being a listener to this program, you can save by going to the website goldeagle.com, the maker of Sta-Bil products, and save 15% off your entire order by just using the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. Again, goldeagle.com, and Overnight Drive is your discount code number. 844-844-3388. Horse Feathers thinks he has the answer to what's the question?
Well, we got multiple answers here, Your Honor. So last week we were discussing where Butler County is, and I guess you did that, took care of that for us here just a few minutes ago when you said it was out there by Beaver and Allegheny out there near Pittsburgh. So I guess we have confirmation of where Butler County is in Pennsylvania now.
Mm-hmm.
And a little earlier there, I heard one of your callers there talking about how the rain and the snow appears to be bringing stuff down out of the sky out there in the western part of the country. So do you remember there a while back, it might have been a year, maybe a year and a half, I think you had this astrophysicist type person on or something, and he was talking about meteorites that were landing on his roof, and he had to go out and sweep the meteorites off his roof and his solar panels. Do you remember that type of conversation from? I'm pretty sure it was an astrophysicist that called in and said that, wasn't it?
I think there's just that was one of those wacky guys that calls the program there in New Mexico, wasn't it?
Yeah, possibly. It could have been that instead of that, but anyway, so I'm thinking it's them meteorites that he's having come down in the rain and the snow that's getting his cars all dirty there. What do you think?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Mud rain.
And to continue, yeah, exactly. So, and to continue on with the wacky weather there, we've actually had daffodils blooming around the house here for the last week or so, and then the wife came in and crocuses are blooming. So I'm thinking we're not quite done with winter yet. We're going to have something drastic happen here. We're going to have some big frost or something, but I got a feeling all these blossoms are going to be out here. The magnolia trees and the cherry blossoms are going to come out in Washington. They got that big festival and everything they like to do, and all these blossoms on the fruit trees and that are all going to be out, and we're going to get us one of these one hellacious frosts and going to kill them all and kind of rain on everybody's parade there, especially down in D.C. for that cherry blossom festival. But anyways, now before I forgot and was going to call you up and tell you something, forgot and all that. You know how that goes there. I figured I'd better be Johnny on the spot here and get you called back. But yeah, maybe check in. Maybe that astrophysicist guy there will call back in. He'll have an answer there to why all that stuff's coming down out of the sky. So
what did we dub him?
Anyways,
an asteroid boy or something. I can't remember what somebody.
Yeah,
dubbed.
meteorite boy, meteor boy, or something.
Yep.
Something like that. Yeah. So, anyways, well, man, I'm sure we got other smart listeners out there that remember all that more than I do. So maybe we'll get some attention brought in here and get some more callers into the show there. So, anyways, we'll let you go and see if you can. Oh, what do you got to do? You got to go out and look for an intelligent caller.
There you go. All right, you know the drill. It is 844-844-3388. Have you ever been in Facebook jail? I think, probably most everyone who's been on Facebook at one time or another has found themselves getting a strike or multiple strikes and a 24-hour ban or maybe a full 30-day ban. Facebook announcing reforms for what they call Facebook jail that places more focus on improved policy and less on timeouts after the Independent Oversight Board recommendations. As we know, Facebook jail, the name that social media users call Facebook's penalty violation system. The system determines whether posts and users, me and you, violate the guidelines and which penalties would be incurred for such violations. According to TechCrunch, the Oversight Board has long raised their concerns about the penalty system, describing it as disproportionate and opaque. The board also called for Facebook to be more transparent in their handling of violations and for users to be given a chance to give context about their posts when they try to submit an appeal. Yeah, a lot of times people are just making off the cuff, funny remarks, literally just a joke. Yeah, nothing serious about it, but they've got these algorithms and artificial intelligence that grab onto these things and put you into Facebook jail, just like that. I think I shared this story of, it was just a photograph of a very, very large woman and a little skinny guy that was on a park bench. And she kind of looked like was she attacking him or, was she getting frisky with him? And somebody said, what is she saying to him? And no sexual context statements. And I simply posted something akin to, she was saying, if you ever eat my Oreos again, I'll kill you. And I guess just that last statement, boom, Facebook jail. It was a joke. It happens all the time. In most cases, they say the new system will issue lighter sentences. And the only harsh ones, like a 30-day timeout, would be with your 7th violation. We're making this change because we know we don't always get it right. So rather than potentially over-penalizing people with a lower number of strikes from low-severity violations, this new approach will lead to faster, more impactful actions to those people that continuously violate the policies, right? Nothing is changing regarding the policy itself on content removal, but changing the policy on explanations and better transparency in the penalty system. Now, they did they acknowledged prior responses to minor and ill-intended violations. Like maybe you get banned for jokingly telling a friend, I'm on my way to kidnap you. When you're sharing plans about going out for dinner, right? A simple joke, a statement like that would get you penalized. You're in Facebook jail. Are you kidding me? Meta conducted an analysis of the penalty system, found that 80% of users with a low number of strikes do not commit another strike within 60 days. Serious violations like posts containing terrorism, child exploitation, human trafficking, suicide promotion, sexual exploitation, obviously, the sale of non-medical drugs and things of that nature. Those are going to get hit the hardest. It could even have complete account removal. Shut them down. All right, clear lines on a Monday, wide open at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, news break coming up here. How many of us, including myself, over the past, say, 2-3 years, speaking of the Facebook jail thing, how many of us have been flagged or censored, I guess, edit your posts forever alluding to COVID-19 emanated from a lab in China? It came from the Wuhan lab. It's kind of funny because we've come full circle. The Energy Department is now saying new intelligence shows that's probably where it came from. Were we right all along? More on that coming up.
USA News Update. A majority of the nation's business economists expect a U.S. recession to begin later this year than they had previously forecast, after a series of reports had pointed to a surprisingly resilient economy despite steadily higher interest rates. 58% of 48 economists who responded to a survey by the National Association for Business Economics envision a recession sometime this year. But only a quarter think the recession will have begun by the end of March, only half the proportion who had thought so in December. A Marvel comic book sequel remains the top movie in the U.S. and Canada. Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania finished in first place at North American theaters for the second straight week, earning just over $32 million. Coming in second is the horror comedy Cocaine Bear with $23 million, followed by the faith-based film Jesus Revolution with $15.5 million. Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, heads up for our friends there in southwest Missouri. Keeping an eye on the strong line of storms, a series of tornado-producing storms through Sunday evening and now into Monday morning. Current warning is Cedar County and Dade County, both of those in southwest Missouri. These are like confirmed. A damaging tornado, radar confirmed tornado. So, along a line extending from near Golden City to near Lockwood to 8 miles southwest of Greenfield, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. They're barely able to outrun it if you're on the interstate, right? So again, damaging tornado radar confirmed at this hour. Tornado on the ground. Get to the basement or the interior room or the lowest floor in a sturdy building, southwest of Missouri. All right, the Wuhan lab. How interesting is that? Suddenly this new information or new intelligence, according to the Energy Department, the long believed by many Americans, once considered, that's a conspiracy theory, even by public health leaders. Well, the likes of Dr. Anthony Fauci. The Energy Department was previously undecided, they say, on the origins. But a classified intelligence report given to the White House and congressional leaders highlighted an update to a 2021 report to the Director of National Intelligence, according to the Wall Street Journal this past day. Well, kudos to those who are willing to set aside their preconceptions and objectively re-examine what we know and don't know about the origins of COVID, says a Stanford microbiologist. My plea is that we not accept an incomplete answer or give up because of political expediency. The FBI was the first federal agency to determine with moderate confidence the most likely origin was at a leak from the Wuhan Institute of Virology. There remain 6 other agencies, including a national intelligence panel, still reluctant to back that theory up. 4 still believe it's of natural origin. One unilateral conclusion among 8 agencies in the U.S. Origins Review is that the COVID is not a biological weapons program. In other words, the fact that they were just, they were messing. We knew they were messing with the virus. Were they intentionally trying to make it a weapon? So no is the answer to that. Now, the Energy Department has jurisdiction over a network of U.S. laboratories. Some conduct advanced biological research, making this new intelligence a pretty darn significant revelation. Albeit a judgment the department hedged with a label of lower confidence, according to sources. Sources say the FBI and the Energy Department have come to their conclusions from different intelligence. So there you go. This sudden but unsolicited classified update to the 2021 report comes as House Republicans are actually beginning their investigation into the origins. There are 18 U.S. intelligence agencies, 8 of which are assigned to review the origins of COVID. Congressional Republicans have sought reasons for the FBI having been the only agency that labeled the lab leak as the most likely origin, but have thus far been blocked under the guise of risking an impact to the integrity of ongoing investigations. But here how many years into this are we now? What many thought were true may, in fact, be true. Hey, we better get Dr. Fauci on the horn there. I'm sure he'll just credit whatever this new, quote, intelligence is, right? 844-844-3388. All right, let's get to Philip in Florida. Yes, our launch was scrubbed about an hour ago.
Yep. No rocket tonight, no pretty sight in the sky, so we're just going to have to deal with it for another day or so.
Yeah.
So you know what scrubbed the launch there, Steve?
I tuned in with just enough time that we were kind of listening in. The countdown was down to 2 minutes, 2.5, and they scrubbed at 2:17. But I did not. What was it? A fueling issue? What?
They use a substance called T-Tab, And what it is, it's the igniter that ignites the fuel. So if you just pump the fuel out there, it ain't going to just take off. You got to ignite it, get the fire going. And that's what the problem was. They had a problem with the T-tab. Now, what was kind of neat about it when they talked about T-tab, a lot of people don't know about this, but that T-tab stuff was developed by the Germans in World War II. It was actually used in a few of those little planes that the Germans used to kamikaze things and do different things with back in the day. So, that it's ignition fuel that starts the engine up, basically. It's kind of like starter fluid, what a lot of guys use on their truck when it's cold, and they throw it in there and they get the ignition going. It's the same concept. So, but that's what went wrong with it. So I don't know when they're going to reschedule. Did you get a reschedule on it?
No, I've not seen an update as to when that would be. No, sir.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to give one right away, but they're probably detanked by now. They said they were going to detank in 50 minutes, and then they were going to pull everybody out. So they're probably getting ready to come out right now. But it's amazing. It takes hours to put that fuel in that tank, but it only takes an hour. It takes an hour to pull it, less than an hour, 50 minutes to pull it out. So hopefully everything goes okay. So, hey, Steve, I heard you talking last week. I'm sorry I didn't call in. I've been pretty busy, but I hear you guys were talking about the trains a lot and those bearing failures. Is that what you were talking about last week?
Correct.
On that train up there?
Correct, yes.
It simply amazes me the amount of, we can take a freight train and put sensors all over it, figure out how bearings are, but we can't figure out where COVID's coming from.
Yeah.
So it just amazes me. It does. It amazes you. You can have all this mechanical equipment out here. You can have tire sensors on your car and all this other stuff, but we can't figure out why somebody's wanting to mess with weaponizing a virus. I mean, it's crazy, but I guess it is what it is. But do you know how much product was in each one of those tank cars on that train, Steve?
I think was it 1 million gallons in total, something like that?
I know it was, if you look at those cars, each one of those cars holds 25,000 gallons of product. The car spec on it is 30,000, but those cars had to have an insulating shield on them, so they had 25,000 gallons. And I'm not sure how many cars were in that train. I mean, I saw at least 6 or 7 of them laying on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
What did you see? I mean, was I correct? I heard you say something about they dug a hole and they dumped everything in a hole and set it on fire.
Yeah, that's the way they handled that. That was the controlled burn. Yeah, rather than running the risk of I guess there was one car in particular that was going to explode. They opted to somehow, puncture and release the liquid, where they had kind of dug a ditch and ignited it to let it burn off. So I pulled up the numbers. It was more than 100,000 gallons that spilled. 100,000 gallons.
Wow. So if you're looking at the average tanker truck going down the road, it's about 10 or 12 of them tanker trucks going down the road. If you're looking at like a regular gas tanker, because a regular gas tanker is about 10 grand, 10,000 pounds or 10,000 gallons of fuel. So figure 10 of those guys or 12 of them, depending, because I know it was probably, I had heard reports of 180,000 gallons, but I'm like, that sounded like quite a bit to pump on the ground. You would have saw a lot more in the pictures and the photos, than what I saw. But did y'all do any research on what that stuff does? I did a little bit. They use it to make PVC pipe. Is what it's used for. And a lot of folks don't understand that if you want your Coke to drink or your Pepsi, what they put in a tank car And it's the same way with if you want your plumbing in your house, you got to have PVC pipe. So a lot of people don't understand that, what goes into making that product. So, but that's all I got today, buddy. I'm breaking up in and out here, so I'll catch you later, man.
Hey, thanks for checking in. Have a good morning. Safe day as you head on into work. Get the new week started. And there you go. So plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. I was trying to look. I'm not seeing where they've rescheduled anything yet as far as the SpaceX launch. If I come across it, I'll pass it your way. But there you go. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, it looks like there would be a window for a rescheduled launch coming up tomorrow morning, Tuesday morning. But whereas the weather was ideal this morning, Monday morning, there at the Cape, it may be a little less so for Tuesday morning. Conditions at the launch site should be fine, but forecasters have some concerns about weather along the rocket's track, which could come into play should there be an abort during the launch. If the Crew Dragon would need to make an emergency return to Earth, it looks like NASA and SpaceX have opportunities to launch the Crew Dragon mission March the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th as well. So it could be February 28th. I just have to, I'm guessing that storm system that's sweeping across the country, maybe heading off the East Coast, and maybe that's the route they're taking. But, yeah, we were down to just over 2 minutes to go before the launch was aborted, as Philip pointed out there. It was an issue with the T-tab, the igniter fluid, that they had an issue with about 5 minutes before the anticipated lift-on time, which they could not clear before the instantaneous launch window opened. If I was understanding correctly, a lot of times with many missions, you could get down to a T-minus 2 minutes and go to a hold, a 10 or 20. You can hold, but for whatever reason, that exact launch time, there was no room to wiggle. You couldn't postpone for 2 or 3 minutes and try to clear try to clear the issue. All right. Shortly after the scrub, SpaceX tweeted, Little more information about the cause. Standing down from tonight's launch due to a TTAB ground system issue. It's a combination of chemicals, essentially these two different metal elements, each linked to 3 hydrocarbon atoms. These molecules are held together by rather tenuous bonds that break easily when it comes into contact with oxygen. Therefore, they spontaneously combust. Now, this is useful for igniting rocket engines, which turns out to be a rather tricky thing to do, they say. At least when it comes to precisely starting engines at a certain time in a carefully controlled manner. For the Merlin 1D engines inside the Falcon 9, oxygen is pumped into the engines, the combustion chambers, to meet up with TTAB. After combustion begins, kerosene is injected into the chamber and the flow of the TTAB igniter fuel is turned off. Then, to increase thrust, the flow of oxygen and kerosene are increased. Now, back early in the development of the Falcon 1 and the Falcon 9 rockets, SpaceX struggled mightily with safely handling the TEA-TEB, getting the Merlin engines to ignite when desired. The best thing about this is that it ignites on contact with air. All right, the worst thing about TTAB is that it ignites on contact with air. So, the best and the worst. How can you have the best of both worlds? Given the danger involved in working with the chemical, SpaceX probably made a good decision to stand down this morning's launch, according to the experts. Okay, so that's a little different than the NASA systems. Good morning, Senor.
It's a right wing nut. Yes, yes.
Good morning, right wing nut.
Yes. Yeah, I tell you what, that Facebook, yeah, you can't talk about a few items, but apparently they'll allow some sexually explicit content on there. I've been contacted by a couple of good-looking women, but what they're offering ain't exactly on the cheap. And quite frankly, it's a little disgusting. It's more than a little. It's very disgusting. And I thought Facebook had standards. So if they're going to comment about me on a joke and then throw me in jail, but then they allow these, well, let's just call them what they are, sluts, going out there and showing their wares and how they've been penetrated, I think that is just absolutely disgusting. So, and every time I report them, they say, well, we didn't see nothing bad about it. And I'm thinking, what the hell is wrong with these people?
Okay.
It must have been a computer glitch. Yeah. So, yeah. So, anyways, well, I wonder if that TTAB, whatever the hell they call that, I wonder if that's what we've been looking at for the. I've been trying to cut down on cigars, but it ain't happening. Hey, whenever we saw the engine ignite, you always saw that little sparkler going off on the bottom of that thing.
Yeah.
Is that what that TTAB is?
I think that might be it. I'm not exactly sure. I think I don't know if that's because it sounds like the SpaceX is different than what we used to see with like the space shuttle igniters or the Artemis igniters.
Oh. All right. So it's not a firecracker that they use to light them things up. Okay. All right. Well, I tell you what, I got up this morning and Lucy, Loose Screw, she had some jellies on the Lazy Susan in the middle of the kitchen table. And she had peach, she had apple, she had strawberry, and then she had this one that was clear. And it's not in jars. She puts it out of the jar into a container. So I looked at it and I thought, well, I'll try that on my buttered biscuit. And it was the nastiest stuff I've ever had.
Ooh.
I said, honey, what in the hell is this? She said, well, it's a product from Kentucky. So it was KY.
Oh.
Like, oh, good God Almighty. Nastiest tasting stuff going down.
Yeah, Kentucky jelly.
Well,
That's,
I tell
that's
you what, it really cleaned up the inside. So sitting on the throne for most of the day, but I tell you what, whenever I pass gas, I whistle. That's something else. I've never heard that before in my life. So anyways, make a note of that, gentlemen. If it says KY jelly, that's not something you want to eat. I don't know what it's for.
Yeah, it's
but,
not.
That's not something
Hmm.
No. So, well, I do have to admit one thing, though. It kind of took care of the coughing. I ain't coughing near as much, but I'm sure that'll come back whenever I start smoking them stogies again.
Yeah. Kind of smooth things out, in other words.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
no surprise.
all righty, I guess I'll let you go. You have yourself a good night.
Don't eat Kentucky jelly. Let's see. News break just around the corner here, and we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Yeah, California facing more wind, more snow, multi-state storm. Yeah, between now and Wednesday, a series of weaker storms moving through the L.A. area. And yeah, high temperatures going to reach about 55 degrees. It's going to be cool, but at least it's not going to be snowing, according to the National Weather Service. Much more to come as we roll into a Monday, kick off the new week, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Julio Flores. Tens of thousands of people filled Mexico City as a vast main plaza on Sunday to protest President Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador's electoral law changes that say threaten democracy and could mark a return to the past. The plaza is normally thought to hold nearly 100,000 people, but many protesters who couldn't fit in the square spilled onto nearby streets. The marchers were clad mostly in white and pink, the colors of the National Electoral Institution. If you get health care coverage through Medicaid, you might be at risk of losing that coverage over the next year. Roughly 84 million people are covered by the government-sponsored program, which has grown by 20 million people since January 2020, just before the COVID-19 pandemic hit. 2 cosmonauts and 1 astronaut finally have a ride home.
Russia has launched a Soyuz spacecraft to replace a capsule that sprang a coolant leak in December, leaving 2 cosmonauts and 1 NASA astronaut without a ride home. The uncrewed spacecraft spent about 2 days in orbit before it docked with the International Space Station. That Soyuz MS-23 capsule will be the return vehicle for the 2 cosmonauts and 1 astronaut that have been aboard the International Space Station since September. I'm Corey Myers.
The once-in-a-lifetime storms that hit Southern California this weekend are taking a bite out of the state's production of almonds.
About 80% of the world's supply of almonds are grown right here in the Central Valley.
Farmers in California's Central Valley know that rain and hail can be extremely detrimental to their crops. One farmer tells CBS 8 in San Diego the weekend's winter cold snap came at one of the worst possible times.
We don't usually get the very cold weather here. It's very unprecedented for us.
Flowers, which is a critical part of production, the blooming season usually lasts just 2 weeks. I'm Jeremy Scott.
This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Shipment of contaminated waste from the site of the fiery train derailment earlier this month in eastern Iowa near the Pennsylvania state line will resume today to 2 approved sites in Ohio. The announcement came a day after the Environmental Protection Agency ordered Norfolk Southern to pause shipments from the site of the February 3rd derailment in East Palestine to allow additional oversight measures about where waste was shipped. Some liquid and solid waste had already been taken to sites in Michigan and Texas. EPA-certified facilities able to accept some of the waste have been identified, which meant shipments could restart today. Some of the liquid waste will be sent to a facility in Vickery, Ohio, for disposal in an underground injection well. Norfolk Southern will also begin shipping solid waste to an incinerator in East Liverpool, Ohio, and additional solid waste disposal locations are being sought. Some Michigan residents faced a 4th straight day without power Sunday as crews confirmed work to restore electricity more than 165,000 homes and businesses in the greater Detroit area following last week's ice storm. One former Secretary of State is warning the United States is lagging behind in its support for Ukraine.
Rice said the U.S. tends to be a little behind when it comes to sending Ukraine what it needs.
Perhaps just to anticipate a little bit better what the Ukrainians are going to need, because it takes a long time to supply.
On CBS's Face the Nation, Rice said that this war keeps evolving and you have to be ahead of it. I'm Dave Collins.
I'm Julio Flores. USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required. At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
There you go. Cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Everybody on the same page now, all right? It's a Monday. Cap and Ron's best day of the week. Steve Summers tends to disagree with that statement. If it were the best day of the week, we'd all wish every day was a Monday, right? Meanwhile, around the country, jump on in. What's on your mind? It is 844-844-3388. Give us a full report. All right, we'll get to some of the industry headlines coming up here. Do you know how much it costs you to run your trucking business? We'll delve into that just ahead. Interesting report from our friends at the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association. If you don't know, you stand a pretty darn good chance of failing. First, we mentioned California in the path of a series of storms between now and midweek. Meanwhile, more severe storms threatening the West Coast mountain ranges. It will bring significant impacts on travel. So says the National Weather Service. In Los Angeles, the Department of Water and Power tweeted Sunday morning that they had restored power to roughly 40,000 people since Saturday morning. There were still over 50,000 without power. An outage that they said you should plan for 24 to 48 hours before crews could respond. Of course, the next set of storms began Sunday. Another comes in here as we head into Monday. Winds again, 50 miles per hour in the Sacramento Valley, 70 mile per hour winds in the Sierra Nevada mountains. So blizzard conditions. That's why there are blizzard warnings up and down the Sierra Nevada. Yosemite National Park actually closed. Is closed through Wednesday, they say, due to the severe winter conditions there. All right, recent survey shows that owner-operators who know their operating costs stand to make significantly more money than those who don't. The research and education arm of OOIDA released the results from the 2022 Freight Rate Survey, now in its 11th year. The annual survey of members looks to document the holistic changes that are occurring in the industry, including freight rates. Now, according to the survey, in 2022, owner-operators who knew their cost of operation earned $1.15 more per mile or $1,500 more per trip versus those who didn't. It is critical for the owner-operator to know how much they need to earn in order to both cover their operating expenses and then pay themselves. An owner-operator that knows his or her cost is better equipped to choose which freight, which region, which type of operation is best for their business, as well as being better able to negotiate those rates. The importance of knowing your cost of operation is not a concept lost on most owner-operators. Matter of fact, 88% of respondents to the survey stated that they knew their figure. That's pretty good. Owner-operators with their own authority, it was 93%, those pulling refrigerated trailers, 93%, and those operating long haul. Yet 93%, those were among the top groups to report knowing their operating costs. Obviously a lot of people said they did, but there's still about 12% that admitted they didn't. So if you don't know your cost of operation, I hope that this kind of sparks a thought of maybe I should start knowing. As far as the numbers go, the reported average cost per mile last year among all respondents was $2.38, a 36% increase over what was $1.75 cost per mile just in 2020, 2 years ago. Well, I think, fuel cost, obviously a big contributor to that jump. While operating costs, with those costs climbing, perhaps one surprising revelation from the survey came in terms of compensation, with two groups reporting higher earnings in 2022 compared to 21. Those pulling dry van trailers reporting receiving 8% more per mile. Let's see, for those pulling flatbeds, a similar increase, growing from $2.69 a mile in 2021 to $2.97 last year. That's a 10% gain. The one group to report a decrease came from those pulling reefers. Their average pay per mile saw a 16% decline last year, from $2.56 per mile down to $2.16 per mile. Know the cost of operation if you want to survive, right? All right, looks like late last week in Los Angeles, Man arrested siphoning diesel fuel from a tractor trailer. A little for 9 o'clock in the evening, Rancho Cucamonga, California. According to KTLA 5, police called to the scene reports of a person allegedly stealing diesel fuel. When they arrived, police led them on a short pursuit, but he was quickly apprehended. The 33-year-old Martin Coronado was found to have siphoned fuel from a semi-truck. He was in possession of two 330-gallon plastic tanks, as well as siphoning hoses and an electric pump in his van. Now, police also found multiple burglary tools and a meth pipe. He was booked on grand theft, possession of burglary tools, resisting arrest, and drug charges, being held on a $30,000 bail. They say anyone with information regarding the case, contact the Rancho Cucamonga police station there. And clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, what else we got? I was catching on the news break. They're running down the top at the box office over the weekend. And if I thought, did I hear him correctly? Cocaine Bear? Thinking, what the hell's Cocaine Bear, the movie? So I did a quick search. Cocaine Bear is a American comedy horror film. Comedy horror, directed and produced by Elizabeth Banks. Now they say it's kind of loosely inspired by the true story of the Cocaine Bear, an American black bear that ingested millions of dollars of lost cocaine, like back in 1985. I pulled up a couple of reviews, and first one says, as someone who has all but given up on Hollywood producing anything worthwhile, I was eager to give Cocaine Bear a shot. I'm not one for violence or gore, but I was kind of surprised to find myself highly entertained and amused by this movie. Elizabeth Banks, the directorial genius behind the movie, has created an energetic, humorous, and yet violent ride from beginning to end that will leave you in stitches. So horrifying, right? Humorous, violent, and laughing all the way. All right, Cocaine Bear is a must-watch experience for adults who can handle violence. It's not too graphic nor gratuitous, but you want something funny and original. With bonus scenes at the end of the movie, you'll be begging for more. So, okay. Cocaine Bear, it's a new one on me. It is 844-844-3388. Remember Tropical Storm Ian last October? Of course you do. Well, hurricanes, tropical storms tend to stir things up in the ocean and maybe bring things ashore that may have been submerged for many, many years. An approximately 13-foot piece of wreckage that washed up on a New York shoreline last October. From Ian. They say is likely part of a more than 200-year-old SS Savannah. According to The Guardian, the SS Savannah ran aground and broke apart in 1821. Just 2 years after it was the first ship to cross the Atlantic, partly under steam power. The piece of wreckage is now in the custody of the Fire Island Lighthouse Preservation Society. Of course, the barrier island close to Long Island's southern shore. Authorities working with the National Park Service to identify and maybe put it on public display. It's a pretty thrilling find, they say. According to the museum technician, we're definitely going to have some subject matter experts take a look at it and maybe get a better view of what we have here. But Park Service officials said in a news conference, it could be the Savannah. Includes that the wooden pegs that hold the wreckage's planks together are consistent with a 100-foot vessel. And the Savannah was 98 feet, 6 inches long, so right in that zone. The wreckage's iron spikes point to a ship built in approximately 1820. Savannah was constructed in 1818. A senior lecturer at the State University of New York Maritime College in the Bronx says it makes perfect sense that this wreckage very well could be a piece of the Savannah. When it ran aground and broke apart at Fire Island, the Savannah was transporting cargo between Savannah, Georgia, and New York. They reported at the time that the crew made it safely to shore, and the cargo, which actually was a cotton cargo, was actually saved. All right, there you go. The captain was considerably hurt by being upset in the boat, but yeah, quite the find there. All right, as we navigate our way into an electric vehicle society, yeah, because we're all chomping at the bit to buy an electric car, right? And not necessarily so. I've never been a big fan, and I've shared numerous times the reasons. But it looks like more and more people are also experiencing firsthand exactly the reasons many of us had talked about. First of all, the power grid in this country is stretched to the very bare walls as it is with the current need for electricity. To best of my knowledge, there are no plans to upgrade the grid generating power accordingly to keep up with the demand. And for those who currently own the likes of electric vehicles, you're having a hell of a time navigating across countries, even across state trip. Finding available charging stations has become a common dilemma. Despite Joe Biden's plans to increase the number of green vehicles and chargers across the country, little improvement has been seen in the charging infrastructure in recent years, according to industry experts. For instance, the editor-in-chief of Car and Driver magazine, you familiar? Tony Quiroga. He runs comparison tests for electric vehicles for the magazine, which requires them driving them across the country or even across states. And he explains, in some cases, it is a logistical nightmare. These comparison tests. We plan meals around recharging the vehicles. We need to have the battery at 100% or close to it to test a vehicle's performance. We have to time everything. And this requires a whole lot of work. One electric vehicle owner facing logistical challenges is the YouTube personality, Steve Hams, who leased a Hyundai electric SUV for his 17-year-old daughter, Maddie. It was affordable, it was practical, it allowed Maddie to put her money toward college rather than gas. However, Hams faces the common problem of navigating where to charge the electric vehicle. We're going through the planning process of how easily Maddie can get from Albany, New York to Gettysburg College and where she can charge the car. We want fast chargers that take, 30, 40 minutes. It wouldn't make sense to sit at a level 2 charger because that takes hours. There's not a good software tool that helps electric vehicle owners to plan their trips. But we've still got this lack of charging infrastructure, which is a significant obstacle for the existing electric vehicle owners. Now, Biden passed that infrastructure law that's supposed to tackle the issue, installing 500,000 new chargers across the country. The focus has been only on getting the stations in the ground rather than ensuring that they actually work, though. According to one industry expert, there's been very little improvement to the national charging infrastructure in 4 years' time now, and less so in terms of their ability to work. So it's almost like, we're going the wrong direction currently. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. A majority of the nation's business economists expect a U.S. recession to begin later this year than they had previously forecast, after a series of reports had pointed to a surprisingly resilient economy despite steadily higher interest rates. 58% of 48 economists who responded to a survey by the National Association for Business Economics envision a recession sometime this year. But only a quarter think the recession will have begun by the end of March, only half the proportion who had thought so in December. A Marvel comic book sequel remains the top movie in the U.S. and Canada. Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania finished in first place at North American theaters for the second straight week, earning just over $32 million. Coming in second is the horror comedy Cocaine Bear with $23 million, followed by the faith-based film Jesus Revolution with $15.5 million. Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-309-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9-ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Do you know, when you grow up in a village the size of Ludowici like I did, you make friends that are solid and hard and fast, and they last you all a life. We've lived in a lot of big cities around the countryside. We live in New York and Buffalo and all kinds of big places. And in the big towns, you make acquaintances. But in the little towns, in the villages of the United States, you make friends. And there's a big difference. And I grew up in a little town. And the family that I was closest to in Ludowici was the Fergusons. There was Mr. Bass Ferguson, who was the granddaddy of them all. There's Mr. Green Ferguson and his wife, Miss Agnes. And there was 9 Ferguson kids. And I grew up loving that whole family of Fergusons. And my closest friend was, and still is to this day, Raymond Coote Ferguson. Raymond and I was born on the same day, 10 minutes apart, and I literally grew up like a twin brother to Raymond Ferguson. We went to school together, and we hunted together, and we fished together, and we stayed in trouble together all our lives. Raymond stayed in more trouble than I did. Mr. Green or Mr. Bass or somebody was always hollering at him, "Damn it, Ray, get out of there. Damn it, Ray, don't do that." Or, "Damn it, Ray, come on over here." And we just naturally started calling him Damn it, Ray. Damn it, Ray Ferguson. It nearly about became his legal name. He got carried away. Damn it, Ray was and is my best friend. Now, Mr. Bass Ferguson, who was the granddaddy of the Fergusons, had a filling station and a store right down the road from Ludowici near a little town called Doctortown, a little community called Doctortown. Our store was about a quarter mile off the highway between Ludowici and Jessup. When you drove up to the store, off to the left was where folks would park when they'd come and they was going to visit for a while. And then off to the right, there was a little path that ran down around the side of that store, and it had a little 2-rail fence along there, and it was whitewashed. Mr. Bass had decorated that fence. He'd hung some tires on it and decorated the whole thing, whitewashed it all, and it was beautiful. One of the biggest gum trees in all of Long County, Georgia, sitting right alongside that little path. Big branches spreading shade out over the benches where the setters and spitters and whittlers would sit on an afternoon. There was an old grease rack, and there was a little path that led off to the back of that little country store. That store was just a little old whitewashed 3-room building. Well, now, in the back of that store, down that little path, there was 2 privies. Now, since the Rainbow Filling Station, Garage, and Grocery Store was one of the few stops between Savannah and Jessup, well, Mr. Bass got the traffic from most of the log trucks that come by, and he'd get a carload of tourists every now and then. He got all the folks from Doctortown and Ludowici itself. And, of course, the Greyhound bus would stop there twice a day, Monday through Saturday, and 3 times on Sunday. Well, Mr. Bass had built 2 privies, 2 3-hole privies for the convenience of his patrons. Now, friends, let me tell you that a 2-hole privy was a sign of rich folks in Long County, Georgia. But 3-hole privies was unheard of. There wasn't another one in all of South Georgia. Well, them 2 3-hole privies was the pride and joy of all of us in Middle Long County, Georgia. In 1947, when me and Dammit Ray was 14 years old, Dammit Ray sent off to Jacksonville, Florida, and he got one of them kits that you can make a radio and a loudspeaker out of. Dammit Ray liked electrical things. He was a tinkerer, and he fooled around with stuff all the time, and he made himself this radio and loudspeaker set. When he finished that kit, he had him a radio that would pick up WSB in Atlanta, Georgia, and WBT in Charlotte, and the Grand Ole Opry on WSM, and WWL in New Orleans, pick up all the way from down there. We used to get together at night, and we'd listen to mystery programs. We'd listen to Grand Central Station and Inner Sanctum and Mr. District Attorney, and every now and then Dammit Ray would fling that switch, and he'd holler in there like scare us all right out of our drawers. We'd be sitting there listening to that radio. Well, one week, Mr. Bass went into Savannah on the bus. And he came back. That was the most thrilled man I ever saw in my life. He had been to the Greyhound bus station in Atlanta, Georgia, and they had them a PA system where they could announce when the bus was going to leave. And he had gone and bought one of them kits and brought it back and give it to Dammit Ray and me and said, "Build me one of them loudspeaker systems that I can use at the Rainbow Filling Station, Garage, and Grocery Store." So for the next 2 weeks, me and Dammit Ray worked on building that loudspeaker system. Well, come the big day, man, we got out there and we strung wires and we put that loudspeaker in, and Mr. Bass had gone to Jessup and he'd bought some some car radio speakers out of an old junkyard. And he had about 6 of them. And we put one of them up underneath the eaves of the store, pointing out toward the road, run them wires across the top of that little whitewash fence with them tires hanging on up into that gum tree and cross back down into them 2 privies. Mr. Bass had wired his filling station, garage, and grocery store for a PA system. Well, Saturday morning was the big day, the first day we was going to use it. We all got down there about 10 o'clock. Mr. Green, Ferguson, Dammit Ray's daddy was there. Me and my daddy got down there. And you can't imagine, half of Long County, Georgia was there for the celebration. Man, it was going to be the first day that we was going to use the loudspeaker system. Well, about 10 o'clock we got there, and the first bus was due in at 11, and we all wanted to be there early so we wouldn't miss anything. Folks were milling around and drinking them knee-high sodas, and there was a few fellers that had started a little bit early on some of that wonderful corn whiskey that's made down there. That flock of chickens was strutting around in the front, and that old black and tan hound with the mange and the infected ear was laying right in the middle of that path that went back to them privies, and folks were swapping stories, waiting on that bus to come from Savannah. 11:10, that Greyhound bus pulled in, and all them folks kind of let out a little cheer. And the folks come piling off the bus, and they were all smiling and grinning and wondering what was going on. And that bus driver got off, and we told him what was happening, and he was as thrilled as we were, because he's from Drawdy, Georgia, his own self, and that ain't as big as Ludowici. So he was delighted. Well, we was all standing around there, and they was drinking them soda pops and having a time, and me and Dammit Ray was manning the microphone inside the Rainbow Filling Station garage and grocery store. And about 4 or 5 minutes before that bus was due to leave, we seen the most hugest fat lady go walking down that path toward that little 2-3 hole privies back there. She had on a yellow dress with orange and brown flowers all over it. She had on one of them Carmen Miranda hats, had bananas and apples and grapes all sticking out of the top of it, had about a number 6 wash bucket size purse on her arm. And she was going to be the first one to hear the loudspeaker system. And we watched her real good. She went in that pink 3-hole privy and shut the door, and we give her about a minute and a half to get herself all settled. And folks, the door of that privy just kind of blew right off the hinges. Woo! That fat woman comes screaming up that thing. She come out of there like she had a bee in her drawers. She is trying to pull her drawers up and her dress down with one hand and hold on her hat with the other and hang on to her purse too. And she'd throwed that toilet paper right up in there, and it was hanging on one of them niners and stringing along behind her as she come running up that path. She hit that, bounced off that old dog with the mange and the infected ear, tripped over him, bumped into that gum tree, bounced off that grease rack, and just kind of drove herself in one of them tires. That old hound jumped up and looked over there and seen that skirt up over her head and them drawers, them old Martha White drawers hanging down around. He thought he'd treed the coon. Oh! He commenced to bellering and hollering. That bus driver was crying, and he run over there and he shut his eyes and he tried to get her unstuck from that tire she was stuck in. My daddy got to laughing, and he tripped over one of them hoses and fell right face first and killed 6 of them chickens that was strutting around there. And me and Dammit Ray set off to running. Mr. Green come running out of that store, and he grabbed up a 1x4, and he jerked up Dammit Ray by the straps of them overalls, and he whooped him, beat him, turned him upside down over one of them log truck wheels and started whooping on him. And I was crying and laughing, and I seen my daddy coming, and I quit laughing and started crying full time. And I run over and I grabbed Mr. Green, and I said, "Mr. Green, don't beat Dammit Ray no more. I'll tell you what happened. We had run them wires back down to that pink 3-hole privy, and we had put them speakers down inside that hole. And we give that fat lady about a minute and a half to get herself settled, and Dammit Ray snatched up that microphone, and he hollered in it, and he said, "Come on, lady, move over to one of them other holes. I'm trying to paint down here."
Ah, yes, indeed. And the rest is history, right? Me and Dammit Ray, longtime friends. All right, back to the serious stuff on a Monday. Very quiet on the phones. It's 844-844-3388. So, looks like maybe in anticipation of a little bit of feuding going on when nomination time rolls around, you know, the presidential nomination. The Republican Party plans to ask any of the presidential candidates for 24 to make a pledge. You will support the eventual nominee, you know, whoever it might be. RNC chairwoman Ronna McDaniel said this past day, espousing an idea so far not embraced by former President Donald Trump. Well, I mean, I guess the way she's going to kind of push the envelope here is if you want to get on the debate stage and participate, you're going to have to make the pledge. Candidates who do not sign the pledge to support whoever the nominee is will not be allowed to participate in party-sponsored debates during the state-by-state presidential nominating contests. Well, it's kind of a no-brainer, right? If you're going to be on the Republican National Committee debate stage asking voters to support you, you should say, I'm going to support the voters and who they choose ultimately as the nominee. Now, we know Trump remains popular in the Republican Party, but he's facing challenges already from Nikki Haley, who has so far refused to commit supporting the eventual Republican nominee. Would she support Trump if he were to be the nominee? She said it would depend. Trump said it would depend earlier this month in a radio interview. He said it would have to depend on who the nominee was. Now, McDaniel said she believes all the candidates, including Trump, will sign the pledge. That's going to be important, though, toward trying to heal the division in the party. We need a unified front, right? You know, we're saying you're not going to get on the debate stage unless you make this pledge. And I think people in the party would like to see that. They want to see us come together. They don't like this infighting stuff. Now, Trump did not immediately react publicly to her comments yesterday, but a campaign spokesperson tells Reuters President Trump will support the Republican nominee because it'll be him. Well, yeah, but don't put the cart before the horse, right? It's a lot of things could happen between now and then. Now, of course, there is another candidate, the unknown that I mentioned last week, Vivek Ramaswamy, an activist investor who launched a firm last year to pressure companies to abandon environmental, social, and corporate governance initiatives. He became the latest Republican to announce his run, again, about a week ago. A lot of folks just kind of waiting. Ron DeSantis, Mike Pence, Tim Scott of South Carolina, considering mounting a challenge to Trump. I think Mike Pompeo is another in the mix. Just who all may jump into the fray. Once the crowd starts getting thicker, I think more of those that are, for the most part, just kind of sitting on the sides right now saying, I haven't made a firm decision whether or not, I think they're going to jump in the mix. Everybody looking for a piece of the vote. And we return into, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, back at it here. Monday. Oh, yeah, best day of the week. 27th of February. Yeah, about to roll into the month of March here. And not a leap year, so Tuesday we will close out the month of February. Wednesday, March 1. And, you know, that means another day closer to spring. Spring, official. Arriving, I'm trying to recall, 21st, 22nd this year. Hey, good morning, Hillbilly. How was your weekend?
Hi, good morning, Steve. You just brought back a whole lot of memories of that little skip.
Oh, Charlie Douglas?
Oh, yeah. Let's go back in time in the late 80s. I used to listen to your dad on overnight radio on the tractor plowing or cultivating. That's when I first heard that skip. And then when I started trucking, didn't you and your dad used to play it when you all wanted a good smoke break?
Yeah, but that when things would get kind of slow, absolutely, yep. Yes. Like they do on a Monday morning at 3 a.m. Eastern, you know?
Yeah, and it just brought back memories of that because part of my real name's Chris, and in the late 80s when I messed up on the farm, I always get, damn it, Chris. And I'm like, why do you call me damn it, Chris? And like, well, listen to damn it, Ray. And I'm like, okay, and that was before Google and all that. And I caught the skip, and then I understood that for that.
That's it, right? Always start in trouble.
Yeah. Well, trouble followed me around. Kind of like tonight, it's a Monday. I had a spring break on the airlines on the trailer, and they ended up dragging and rubbed a hole in the service line. I just actually got going about a half hour, 45 minutes ago. The service tech come out and fixed it. And I'm back on the road again after 3 hours. It's a Monday.
Yes, sir. Sure is.
Yeah, but so I just heard you on your what you were saying there that they want you to sign that you're going to follow the nominee if you want to go to the debates.
Correct. So what do you think? I mean, that's like getting Trump to promise that he will back Nikki Haley, or better yet, if Ron DeSantis were to jump in, that he would support DeSantis and do what he could to help him win. That's going to be a tough thing, I think, to get Trump to commit to that.
I mean, Trump kind of does his own thing. That's what he's known for, and I think that's the reason a lot of people like him. He does his own thing.
Yeah.
But, oh, well. Like I said, thank you for bringing me down memory lane. I just brought back a lot of memories from my dad, and listening to your dad, the original Bozo, and you throughout the years.
Back in the day.
I appreciate that.
Sure.
Yes, sir. Well, have a good Monday. Hopefully it goes quickly for you.
All right. Yeah, we got a little over an hour yet to fill here Yes, and room for you at 844-844-3388. All right, we know that several states, I know, there's North Dakota, Texas, I think there's a handful of others, banning the use of TikTok on state devices. Federal government talking about banning TikTok. I believe they have on any federal owned devices. Of course, TikTok's still available in the United States. With TikTok still available in more than a third of the world's electronics manufactured in China, you might have some concerns about your data getting back to China. Now, there is a difference, they say, between products made in China and products made by companies linked to the Chinese Communist Party. According to the Kim Commando, there are numerous allegations that the companies mentioned below have Chinese Communist Party ties. But to the extent of the Chinese government actual involvement, that's kind of debatable. She shares some recommendations on what to purchase and use on a daily basis to minimize the risk of feeding your information to the Chinese Communist Party. All right, there are apps that report to China. A dominant social media force, the video sharing app TikTok, used by more than 138 million Americans. It's owned by a company called ByteDance. The FBI director, Chris Wray, said that TikTok could be used for influence operations and that your data is available to the Communist Chinese Party. TikTok admitted late last year that they have spied on individual Americans, including journalists. It is undoubtedly a Trojan horse. The list is now, there you go, the list is now at least 27 states have banned the use of the app on government devices, and Kim Commando recommends installing it on a separate device if you or someone in the family insists on using it. She also recommends using a cellular connection to get online and not connecting to the device to your home network. The Chinese-owned apps and platforms like Weibo, WeChat, and Alibaba have also been banned in several states. For most people, your smartphone, it's the digital clearinghouse of your life, keeping tabs on who you call, when you text, and where you are, and so much more. This is why the FCC, they banned sales and imports of Huawei devices back in November. National security concerns. Ties to the Communist Party. We'll pick up there as we've got a final hour yet to come your way. 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Julio Flores. Some historic weather is hitting parts of California with massive amounts of snow and rain, along with strong winds. It was felt over the weekend in Northern California, where blizzard warnings will go into effect Monday morning and last until Wednesday for much of the Sierra Nevada. The National Weather Service warned residents in the Sacramento area to avoid travel as wind gusts could reach up to 50 miles per hour. Meantime, roughly 6 inches of snow fell in the Southern California region in recent days. President Biden says he intends to run for re-election. Biden told ABC News that he has other things to finish before starting a full-blown 2024 presidential campaign. Biden has not announced any official plans, but has previously said he intends to run for a second term. First Lady Jill Biden indicated last week he's ready to formally launch a re-election bid very soon. Representative Michael McCaul says F-16 fighter jets and long-range missiles need to be given to Ukraine in its fight against Russia. Speaking on ABC this week, the Texas Republican says he thinks with pressure from Congress, the U.S. can get Ukraine what they need to finally win the war. McCaul says it takes 3 to 6 months to train on the potential equipment, and time is being wasted by not starting this as soon as possible. The air is improving for residents of East Palestine.
All of the train cars have been removed from the site of the derailment, and as the Ohio EPA's Ann Vogel says, this allows investigators to delve deeper.
We can now excavate additional contaminated soil and begin installing monitoring wells.
The EPA has conducted 578 home entry air screenings in the community.
I continue to be pleased that there have been no exceedances for residential air quality standards, and outdoor air quality remains normal.
The agency's regional administrator, Deborah Shore, says any residents within the evacuation zone can get the air screenings. I'm Jerry Barmash.
This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
A ruling that's expected any day now by a federal judge in Texas could block access to an abortion pill across the U.S. A group of anti-abortion doctors is asking a judge in Amarillo to vacate the FDA approval of the abortion pill mifepristone. The group claims the FDA improperly approved the drug back in 2000. Depending upon how it goes, the ruling could temporarily halt access to the drug, even in states where abortion is legal. The 29th Annual Screen Actors Guild Awards are in the books. Hollywood's best gathered in Los Angeles on Sunday with the comedy drama Everything Everywhere All at Once winning Best Cast. Lead actress Michael Yeoh highlighted the film's 3 individual honors by notching Best Actress. Brendan Fraser took home Best Actor for his role in The Whale. Other awards of note include ABC's Abbott Elementary winning Best Comedy Ensemble. President Biden hosts a Black History Month reception tonight at the White House.
Biden has emphasized that black history matters and cautions that hard-won gains of the civil rights era and the unrest around it are not too far removed from our present. Last week, at a screening of the movie Till, Biden connected the violent lynching death of Emmett Till and violent deaths at the hands of police.
Worrying about whether they'll come home from a walk down the street or playing in the park or just driving a car like we saw Tyree Nichols just last month.
In Washington, I'm Jared Rizzi.
I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with this sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, one more time around here on a Monday. Get that final hour underway. We left off there talking about trying to avoid feeding all your data to China. Kim Commando, some of the recommendations. Like I said, for most people with smartphones, that's your digital clearinghouse. A recent digital privacy report found that Chinese-made Android phones grant dangerous privileges to an alarming number of pre-installed apps. Now, those might not be the drones you're looking for. Having released their first ready-to-fly drone back in 2013, DJI, which is a China-based company, is arguably the biggest drone retailer. Yeah, popular for pursuits from filmmaking to farming and everything in between. Yeah, the United States had blocked DJI, banning the company's products from military use and from investment, although you can still purchase their drones here in America. The Defense Department added the drone company to their list of Chinese military companies that are operating in the United States last October. Now, DJI denies being a military company, but you see how the trend goes here? And there's one final. The Commerce Department also has a list aimed at restricting the sale of sensitive goods and technologies to national security threats. In their most recent update, 25 Chinese companies and organizations were added to that. Forbes noted in December that a Chinese company, Lenovo did not make the entity list, although it was founded in 1984. It's the brainchild of the Chinese Academy of Scientists. That's the Chinese government's preeminent scientific research institution. Approximately 900 U.S. municipalities and states use Lenovo products, all containing a massive amount of sensitive data. According to Commando, the military's not taking any chances. Marines stationed in Iraq since 2008 stopped using Lenovo products after discovering that data was indeed being sent back to China. If you have a Lenovo machine, Yeah, Kim recommends replacing it. Replace it for maximum security. Yeah, Chinese government, Chinese, everywhere you look, everywhere you turn. Yeah, in this country. 844-844-3388. I believe Rooster checks in. What's happening? How was your weekend?
Oh, not too bad, Steve. Pretty quiet. Hope you're doing all right this morning. You know, we've talked about this before. You mentioned it for off and on for over a year now, talking about this TikTok. I've never used it. I know people that do, and you try to enlighten them about stuff like that. Like I run with a couple of people that they think I'm crazy. You know, when I mention stuff like that, they go, "I ain't nothing to it." I think there's a whole lot to it. It's just an easy way. Chinese have been spying on us for years. They're already been, you know, bought several acres of land in this country. And people better wake up, man. I mean, they're going to wake up one day and it ain't going to be the United States no more. What's going to happen? But that's all I really had to, you know, I had a comment with that. I don't know why people still choose to want to feed the monster. You know what I mean?
Right. And I don't really, like you say, I do not have a TikTok account. Now, I do obviously have a Facebook, and I see a lot of TikTok videos that are posted there, but I'm assuming that's not feeding anything back to China. I'm guessing it's when you set up an actual TikTok account to make videos and share videos. That's the big thing. I mean, even my daughter-in-law, like she's constantly making these videos to post, and she uses the TikTok. Now, I don't know what kind of information she had to put in, I guess to set up an actual account with them, and that I guess that's all the stuff that they're getting back.
Well, I would assume it would be, you know, your IP address or wherever you're you know. I don't know, using your Wi-Fi or wherever you're using a direct connect system, you know, I would assume it would be coming out of that. I guess they would hack into that and go from there, you know, start fishing. I don't know how it works. Even still, I mean, I don't know why you'd want to participate, you know, that it's something that could possibly turn around to harm you in some same, you know, same form or fashion. But, that's all I had to add to you, man. I knew things were slow.
Yeah, it's a Monday. You are correct. Well, thanks for chiming in there. Have a good day, and we'll chat again later on down the line. All right, so it is a Monday, 27th of February. Folks have been waiting for the loan forgiveness promised by President Biden. Of course, it's headed to the Supreme Court. Does the president have the authority to do this? Is what they're going to be determining. So the student loan forgiveness is about to have its day in court. Several organizations, including the NAACP and the National Education Association, are planning to be outside the Supreme Court on Tuesday. Protesting. That's when the Supreme Court is scheduled to hear the oral arguments on two lawsuits challenging Biden's plan to forgive up to $20,000 in student loan debt for federal aid borrowers. The NAACP's Director of Youth and College tells The Hill last week, generations of people will participate to make their voices heard. The battle to cancel student debt has gone on for a long time. We know, according to the NAACP, we know that Biden's plan is legal. It is supported. It is backed up. What does the NAACP know, and why is the Supreme Court hearing it? Because Until they give the answer, you don't know. Now, according to the news release, other groups expected to be challenging, protesting, that would be, in the, they're calling it the People's Rally for Student Debt Cancellation. Protesters will include the American Federation of Teachers, the Center for Responsible Lending, the National Consumer Law Center, the National Council of Jewish Women, the National Urban League, the Service Employees International Union, and the Student Debt Crisis Center. Now, of course, through the pandemic, due to the COVID pandemic, Congress actually paused student loan debt repayments. Biden campaigned on forgiving student loan debt and presented a plan back in August that would cancel $10,000 in federal loan debt and up to $20,000 of Pell Grants. Those are awarded to low-income students. According to the Department of Education, as of late November, more than 26 million people have applied to be considered in that debt relief. 16 million have been approved, apparently, already. The court orders are blocking the department from discharging the student loan debt and also accepting additional applications. That's been the case for several months now. Republican lawmakers have been arguing the relief that the scale Biden has proposed should require congressional approval, right? He doesn't control the money flow in Washington. The Biden administration standing by their authority, they say we're using the HEROES Act of the year 2003, yes, 20 years ago. Now, they're saying this act gives the Education Secretary the ability to waive or modify balances in connection with a national emergency. Notice the so-called national emergency, the COVID pandemic emergency, has been extended and extended again and again, and I guess most recently announced will be ending on May the 21st, I believe it was, 12th or 21st, something like that. But that's the act, the emergency is what has given the president some of these powers that he and the administration do not want to relinquish. Now, the Cato Institute disputes the Biden administration's claim of authority under the HEROES Act, saying Congress did not give the Education Secretary this broad authority regarding student loan debt forgiveness. Back in 2003, this act was passed by Congress in response to the Iraq War to ensure military members could have their student loan payments deferred while they were serving their country. Right? That's what it was truly about. But arguments will be heard on Tuesday. And with all those various groups there, I'm sure we'll have a full contingent of young Americans holding up their signs, their cause. All I know is, last I checked, my daughter, who had student loans, of course, I think over a period of years, if she would do taxes, you didn't get any tax refund. She didn't. As long as she owed student loan debt, the government took it back. Now, for all those millions of Americans who took a loan and paid off their loans, they're feeling like that's a slap in the face. I spent years, many say, paying off $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 in student loan debt. Why should we forgive $10,000 or $20,000 for the current debt holders? Last I checked, especially back when I was of college age, applying for grants and things of that nature, I wasn't eligible for anything for free. A lot of people didn't get to go to college because their parents didn't have the funds saved up to send their kids to college. somewhere down the line, things dramatically change where everybody gets to go to college. Sure, just take out a loan. It is 844-844-3388 on a back-to-work Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, we tend not to do a lot of coverage of the Russia-Ukraine war. I mean, ain't much we can do about it. I did see that apparently over the weekend, remember several weeks ago, the president, right after Zelensky had come to the United States and actually addressed the joint session of Congress, unprecedented, and got the commitment for tanks to be sent from the U.S. to Ukraine. It's like the next day he was asking for F-16. We need jets, right? And the president pretty much, at that point in time said no. Like drawing a line, no, we're not going that route. It sounds like that may be the next step. Apparently leaving the window open, say, we'll take a closer look. We may be ultimately sending some fighter jets, but it's not a done deal yet. Meanwhile, We've heard reports, of course, you get limited information, whether it's Russia, China, the communists, they keep a lid on what information the rest of the world gets. But we know that a lot of the people, think of the tens of thousands of parents who have lost their child in the war with Ukraine. A lot of companies have exited Russia permanently, just pulled completely out. Access to a lot of everyday, what would be common things you use to get by have become all but impossible to find in that country because those companies have exited the country. So there's not the most, of course, no one would really probably publicly say it, for fear of reprisal, being thrown in prison or killed. But the love, the so-called love of Vladimir Putin, there's not a whole lot of love amongst the people in Russia. And report yesterday said Vladimir Putin is driving Russia towards a civil war. And it's disintegrating as a state, according to one Russian opposition politician. He also said the only way to remove the Russian president and his criminal regime would be through the use of force. Andrei Singlikov has an extensive background in Russian politics, having initially acted as one of the leaders for the Berezovsky's Liberal Party before going on to found the Union of Right Forces in 1999. And the anti-Putin activist, a member of the Executive Council of the Congress of People's Deputies, which met last week for a 4-day session in Warsaw on the eve of Putin's decision to invade Ukraine just over a year ago. Now, the CPD, as they're known, is a political forum of anti-Putin politicians that are determined to overthrow the dictatorial regime and build a democratic Russia. Held their first session last November also. That was held in Poland. But he goes on to tell the Express at the conference that removing Putin from power could only be achieved through an armed uprising, and that steps toward this end are indeed underway. Now, he explained, I'm not going to deceive anyone. A transfer of power in Russia cannot be achieved peacefully in any circumstances. So I don't know how much support might they have from the people. Very, very interesting, though. All right, looking to remove. There was more to the story, but apparently, Putin is having to watch his back everywhere he goes. We've heard the reports of his using body doubles in some cases, fearing for his life. He knows there are those that are out to get him. How many fans of self-checkout we got out there, which seems to be the growing trend everywhere you go anymore? Notoriously Walmart. Everybody thinks Walmart. You got one damn line open with the checkout, a cashier, but everybody else, use the self-checkout. Not a big fan. And all the big retailers now kind of have gone that direction. I guess with the exception of one. Trader Joe's. You're familiar with Trader Joe's? Trader Joe's has vowed they will not be adding self-checkout to their stores. As the other major retailers, Walmart, Kroger, they rely so much on self-checkout these days. Removing the cashier kiosks so they can actually make way for more machines, the self-checkout machines. However, Trader Joe's says we will continue to hire on-site staff as we believe our employees are more important than the glitz and the glamour of self-checkout.
USA News Update. A new study finds daily marijuana use can increase one's risk of cardiovascular disease. The study, led by a Stanford University researcher, found daily cannabis users were nearly 35% more likely to be diagnosed with coronary artery disease than those who have never used the drug. At the same time, it also concluded people who use marijuana once a month or less were at no significant risk. A Marvel comic book sequel remains the top movie in the U.S. and Canada. Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania finished in first place at North American theaters for the second straight week, earning just over $32 million. Coming in second is the horror comedy Cocaine Bear with $23 million, followed by the faith-based film Jesus Revolution with $15.5 million. Rounding out the top five are Avatar: The Way of Water, followed by Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little suggested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. So how about that Trader Joe's? Got a buck in the system. Now, the bottom line here is our people are our most valued resource. While other retailers are cutting staff, adding more self-checkout and curbside pickup and outsourcing options, we're hiring more crew, and we continue to do that. She went on to say, our crew will be in stores to help you find your next favorite product, just like they've always been. Some Trader Joe fans might like how easy a self-checkout machine can be, but there's also downsides when retailers do away with cashiers. No kidding. Yeah, Walmart's CEO, recently talking about the rise in shoplifting, and a lot of that shoplifting is done right there at the checkout, the self-checkout. And of course, the more the theft rises, the prices will continue to go higher. And he even said some stores may close. Now, they call it the switcheroo, a very common trick that thieves use at the self-checkout. This term, along with more shoplifting lingo like the banana trick or the pass-around, it's been around since at least 2018, according to the Atlanta. The switcheroo is when a shopper takes the barcode sticker off a less expensive item and puts it over the barcode of a more expensive item. Matter of fact, just last month there were 4 customers in Chattanooga, Tennessee, apparently allegedly using that trick to shoplift. The switcheroo. What is the banana trick? Scanning bananas and then putting something else in the bag. They'll scan one item and the next item that cost a lot more goes in the bag. All right, with that, let's get to Daryl checking in this Monday morning. Morning, Daryl.
Good morning, Steve. Is February about over?
We've got one day to go. One more show in the month of February.
I don't know where I can stand another train wreck and another earthquake or not this month. You've had plenty of news to report on in the month of February.
It's been a full slate. Yes, it has.
I've got an education at Kroger's. I started trading there in 1947 when I was 7 years old with my daddy. And that particular Kroger's got blown away in a tornado in Arkansas, and they rebuilt it, still there. But one day I was going through the checkout line, and it looked like a 16-year-old girl was checking me out, and I laid a sweet potato up on the thing to be checked out, and she looked at me and she said, "What is that?" I said, "Well, it's called a yam in some parts of the world and sweet potato in Arkansas."
Yeah.
And so she had to look up the price. And then one day I was kind of in a hurry, and I was trying to get through the line, and this lady looked at me and she said, "It's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice." So I paid for my stuff and left. But did you ever try to put a bunch of bananas on going through a self-checkout line? I never figured out how to pay for them. You have to look up a code that's on the banana?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, that's a lot of the fruits and vegetables. You got to look up the code.
It's a pain in the bohunkus. I just never could figure out why these companies like Myers and Kmart, Walmart always put in 20 cash registers and kept 2 of them open.
Yep.
I mean, cash registers are expensive.
Yep.
I remember going to Kmart and standing in line 14, 15 deep, and I thought,
"Yep,
I don't think you can stay in business doing this." And they went out of business.
There was another. You remember Gold Circle? You ever shopped there back in the
Yes.
day?
Yeah.
That was. I think they were one of the first that were going down the wrong path. They were notorious for having those incredibly long lines, and of course, they went under too.
I just never could figure that out. I didn't know why they would keep people waiting that's trying to buy stuff. Look like you want to get them out as quickly as possible.
Well, I mean, there's the answer. People waiting in line like that, they opt not to come back.
Exactly.
And when they find another retailer, and I guess, in this day and age, there's so many that have gone to the self-checkout. I guess, everybody says, well, we ain't no worse than the guy next door. So what's your option? You're going to do it here or there. Take your pick.
And so I remember when guys that ran grocery stores used to deliver groceries, and to see Kroger's with big trucks delivering groceries all over town is amazing to me. If they'd have kept that up over the years, they would have still had a lot of business. But the world keeps changing all around me, and I can't keep up with it, Steve.
Right.
Listen, I sure do enjoy your show. You bring a lot of wisdom from all around the world, and it's just interesting. I would have to say you have one of the most interesting shows on radio today. And whenever I drove a truck, I would read newspapers from Saginaw, Michigan, down to Little Rock, to Birmingham, and it was interesting to read the op-ed pages on all those newspapers and keep up with what's going on across the world. That's when I knew that Jimmy Carter was only going to serve one term as president, because you just read the newspapers and know that as a fact. I read a story one time about a conductor on a Pullman train, and he was a very educated fellow, and somebody asked him where he went to college. He said he never went to college, but business people would leave their newspapers on the train, and he would pick up and read the New York Times, and he would read the St. Louis Globe, and he'd read the Arkansas Democrat that men had left on the train, and that's the way he learned about his world. And I thought, what a way to get an education.
How about that?
How's the family doing?
Everybody doing well. Had a birthday party for the middle grandchild over the weekend, 9 years old. He was pretty excited, so that was fun.
Well, what did he get, electronics, or did he get a basketball?
Well, he got, I guess, a little bit of each. He did get some video games. He's big on that. I think he scored pretty good with some gift cards as well.
Well, I read this week that there's about $5 billion worth of gift cards that have never been cashed in. So that's a good business.
Yes, it is. Free money free for those retailers.
I got 4 or 5 over here on the counter. I can't figure out how to use, or if they're out of date, or if they've got any money left on them. Mm-hmm. My wife's been in the hospital, and so I've got the gift cards I found, but I can't figure out how to use them. But I can figure out how to use a Grater's gift card. If I can find one of them, I go and get me an ice cream.
There you go. All right. Well, hey, Daryl, thank you so much for checking in. Now, he just mentioned there I didn't figure out how to self-check out the banana. You got to look up the code, right? Yeah, the so-called banana trick is when I guess you have something else, say like shrimp, that you put on the scale to weigh, and you use the code for it's bananas that we're weighing here. So the shrimp that would sell for more than $20, you use the code like you're checking out bananas, which they run about 49 cents a pound, right? So, there you go. That makes sense. Because I know one way that the self-checkouts are supposed to be trying to stop the theft is when you scan your can of beans, and it's supposed to be a 15-ounce can or whatever. You'll hear the computer say, please place your item in the bag. And there's a scale there that says, okay, that's 15.3 ounces. That's the can of beans. So if you're scanning 2 pounds of shrimp, and using the code for the bananas, when you put the bag in there on the scale, it says, okay, that's correct. That's 2 pounds. That's exactly. There you makes sense. Where there's a will, there's a way, right? All right, about 16 before the hour. I'm not much for I've never been one for the fake burgers, the plant-based burgers. So many restaurants had it was going to be the wave of the future, right? Yeah, a burger that tastes just like real ground beef, but it's made out of plant-based material. The other is supposedly the up-and-coming fake meat industry. Like, meat grown in a petri dish kind of thing, lab-grown meat. The fake meat industry, they're predicted to be worth $3 trillion, being touted as an environmentally friendly, sustainable way to feed the world. In reality, the rise of fake meat and other animal foods is nothing more than an attempt to create global control over yet another food sector. The globalists already have a monopoly on the grain industry with their patented GMO seeds. And once animal husbandry is eliminated and replaced with the patented lab-grown meats, private companies will effectively control the food supply in its entirety. And as the so famously stated by Henry Kissinger, you remember hearing those who control the food control the people. Now, on top of that, lab-created meats may also turn out to be one of the most health-harming, ultra-processed foods ever created. But, of course, the true impact on public health won't be known for years or maybe decades. But the preliminary evidence raises some serious questions. According to the doctor, the question, will lab-grown meats cause cancer? Most cultured or cell-based meats are created by growing animal cells in a solution of fetal bovine serum, FBS as they call it. Aside from the fact that this green alternative actually requires the slaughter of pregnant cows in order to drain the unborn fetus of its blood to get the cell cultures that grow fast enough. Several companies are using what they call immortalized cells. What is that? A report by the Fern. Immortalized cells are a staple of medical research. They're technically speaking, precancerous and can be, in some cases, fully cancerous. But they say there's no cause for concern. Because according to the prominent cancer researchers like MIT's biologist Robert Weinberg, it's essentially impossible for humans to get cancer when eating these cells because they're not human cells and therefore cannot replicate inside your body. Problem, of course, is there's no long-term research to really back those claims up. The fact that cow tumors sometimes wind up in store-bought ground chuck and doesn't cause a problem. It doesn't necessarily mean a piece of meat containing or consisting of nothing but cancerous and precancerous cells may not have some rather unpredictable effects. Now, the notion of cancer burgers is a public relations nightmare that most cultured meat companies want to steer clear of. And they They do so primarily by just ignoring or dismissing the issue entirely. Yeah, interesting stuff. Now you say, why would they use cancerous cells? Yeah, the reason precancerous and cancerous immortalized cells are used in the first place is because normally behaving cells cannot divide forever. Most cells will only multiply a few dozen times before they become old, would be the word, and die. Well, this won't work when your intention is to grow thousands of pounds of tissue from a small number of cells. Hence, they use immortalized cells that continue to divide indefinitely. Yes, some immortalized cell lines have been in continuous use since the 1950s. Yeah, the first immortalized cell line came from a woman with cervical cancer. Her cancer cells successfully replicated in a petri dish. Yeah, ultimately becoming the cell line known as HeLa, short for the woman's name, Henrietta Lacks. Now, in medical research, the use of immortalized cell lines allows researchers to perform in vitro studies without the use of fresh cell samples. In the culturing of meat, this is what allows them to create a large volume of tissue from a small number of cells that never has to be replenished. But again, immortalized cells, by definition, are cancerous, or at a bare minimum, precancerous. There is no off switch for the replication process. Now, to circumvent the public relations nightmare, some companies are using embryonic stem cells rather than immortalized cells. Others are using cells from living animals. Yeah, both of those strategies also, however, destroy the argument that cultured meat is animal-free. Yeah, not true. All right, with that, it is 9 before the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Well, look at there. I just came out scouring back. After searching for the banana trick, I find a headline from just like 2 days ago. After a long season and numerous thefts at Walmart retail chains' self-checkout counters. The retail brand CEO has issued stern warnings. All right. If there's one thing Walmart is known for, it's offering our customers a wide selection at the best prices. However, the robberies that have spread around the country, to solve this serious problem, they've upgraded the self-checkout machines with a technology that aims to eliminate one of the most common theft practices to date, known as the banana trick. Well, there you go. This fraud, committed by hundreds of fraudsters. You scan an expensive item with the label of another, with a much lower price. In this way, you avoid being discovered so readily, since in theory, you're making a purchase like any other customer, but you are committing fraud by acquiring high-value products at exceptionally low prices. To overcome the problem, which has been increasing over the years, they're proposing improvements to the self-checkout machines. The most important is artificial intelligence technology. This new system gives the device the function it needs to see what product is being scanned and whether it matches the label that's on it. There you go. In social networks, we can see that there are already several customers who have gone to their trusted Walmart store to test whether this update in the system's actually working or not. To the surprise of many, the self-checkout can identify the product and compare it with the label it carries to determine whether it's the same product. In this way, improving the self-payment machine system is precisely the solution to completely stop the thefts that have become a severe problem for months. The change in the labels has resulted in a loss of money. The situation cannot continue if the problem does not improve. Executives will take drastic measures that will affect customers, including to actually shuttering locations, shuttering stores in some communities. Okay, so the machines are going to be watching everything you scan, huh? All right, final moments here on a Monday. We'll leave off, of course. It's been continuing an active night weather-wise, and will continue to be a very active day. A broad area from Arkansas through Missouri tonight. It's all going to be sweeping to the east through parts of the Tennessee and the Ohio Valley through the upcoming day. Be prepared for a lot of wind advisories extending from Kansas and Oklahoma all the way over to West Virginia, down into the Carolinas, as far south as central and southern Mississippi, Alabama, about the northern half of Georgia. So a large wind field in the upcoming day. Of course, blizzard conditions continue in the Sierra Nevada out west in California. So thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you back at, the midnight hour Eastern time. And maybe take a look at whether they'll be able to launch the SpaceX there on Tuesday morning.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling. never gonna lose the ones I love.